Hey, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome back. All that jazz. Today is a pretty cool day. We got a new Lost Ark like May update trailer. I did a little test earlier, so it should run pretty smooth this time. But we're gonna check it out. We're gonna talk about it. I think I already watched it once. The music was top notch. I had to stop myself from watching it like multiple times, but uh we're gonna watch through it once and then I'm gonna kind of like I guess like talk about some stuff because there's some interesting things in this trailer that I noticed. So let's just watch the trailer and then we'll get going from there. But this trailer has me so hyped, man. I was already hyped. I was like a kid waiting for Christmas with this next couple days waiting for Destroyer to come out. But now this definitely got me even more hyped, man. Also the music choice again, so satisfying for me. They lined it up so well. They're getting really good at making these new trailers.
Shall we get started?
Good old Earth Eater. Bonk mode.
Remember, great weapons should look great as well.
Bro, Destroyer just looks so good on all their armor and weapons. Like, so good.
My Umorian beard.
Well, alright, not all of them. There's a couple of weapons and armor in the game that look a little jank, but yo, whoever doing those character customizations for this stuff is pretty sick. So that was the Destroyer part of it. Then we get to see the raid stuff, or at least like the PV content. Bro, Hammer's like, or fucking Reaper's fucking dagger is like a pocket knife. I don't know what you're talking about. He's smoking some copium there. Alright, we got those Vulcan and the Descaluda. Those are the two, like, I guess the two major 14, 15 stuff that we're getting, but that was a trailer. You can tell they're getting a lot better. You can tell they're getting a lot better with the trailer makings. Like, I don't know if they're getting advice from Smilegate or whatever, or they're just, they got new people, but each trailer definitely gets better and better with everyone. Also, Riv, get back to me when you can't even see the glow on your dagger because it's on your back, while my hammer is like glow is bigger than your entire character's model. All right, but some things of interesting to note is I actually kind of noticed this now was I think that might just be Annika armor, right there, but I'm not sure. Cause like, so for instance, I thought this was just Arthatine armor when I saw it before, but apparently this is a new skin. Can't really say I'm a fan, personally. The hammer looks great. The armor itself, like it looks Arthatine to me, Arthatinian. I don't know if that's a term or not in the game, but this skin right here, well, if it's dyeable too, right? Well, one thing I find interesting is they didn't show it, but they didn't show it either in the. Oh, actually, I think I know what this might be. This might be the sunset armor. Now that I think about it, because they showed it in Glaver, the actual armor she wore in the trailer, I think was like a mix of like sunset with something else. Because like the weapon was sunset armor, but I think the sunset armor was a different color. I don't know. I'm not sure where some of these armor models come from because I don't remember seeing Glaver's like actual like armor and weapon in the game, or at the very least not in the way they showed it. I have to go back and rewatch the video. But we'll see what this is. Yeah, it might look. I mean, the helmet's kind of jank, period. So I wouldn't wear the helmet. But the armor itself doesn't look bad. But I think it would look better in a different color. The hammer looks amazing though. Like, there's no doubt about that. That hammer looks. I'd be willing to beat the shit out of things with that all day. But the way they're showing it off makes me think this is a skin. Because I think this hammer is a skin. I think I've seen it when people are doing like the Korean auction house like look through kind of thing. The interesting part is this skin, which first of all looks fantastic, in my opinion, completely. No, I skipped the part where it shows the two colors. We're gonna mute this. So they showed it real quick, but you can kind of see that it has two colors attached to it. So something of interesting to know is, all right, so here's the first color where it's like in like a grayish color, and then the hammer's like gold, and then there's like a dark blue / black version. They both look fantastic. They pan through a little bit too fast, but something of interesting to note there is that armor set is this armor set here. This is a website that has like, it records a majority of the skins released in the Korean version of Lost Ark from like launch through, I think most of it. I think it has almost all the skins that it keeps track of. As you can see, these are, if we go from like the top of the list, like this is like launch and founders pack stuff. And then you got Christmas, you got some other stuff. And then you have these skins, which I don't know if these are the first season of legendary skins or not. I'm not 100% sure because I can't read Korean. And then when I tried to do some research, I couldn't find anything on it. But I find it interesting that every time, like I noticed this pretty quickly on Destroyer, especially the last couple I guess media stuff they've done for Destroyer. They've shown him in this armor every time. Like he's in this armor in the banner for the Steam game. He's in this armor for basically everything they show him in as a still picture. And then I found it interesting because, as you can see, it's part of like a series, I guess you could say, and like all the launch classes have their own versions, right? So you have Gunlancer, Berserker, Destroyer, War Dancer, Striker, or Scrapper, sorry, not Striker, Scrapper, Soul Fist, Artillerist, Deadeye, and Sharpshooter, and then we have, I think it's like, I think this is Arcana? I think it's like Arcana, Summoner, Bard, or these are all the launch day classes. So something that I'm curious about personally is, I don't know, is like Destroyer going to be the only, because we are getting new skins. They have said we're also getting new skins with, if I'm mistaken, we're getting new skins with the Nario wardrobe. Like it's not just a Nario wardrobe that's coming. I think they were just adding on the Nario wardrobe to it, and they haven't told us yet what it is. But with the Destroyer, this might be the skins we're getting, which is kind of interesting because there's probably going to be extra skins added on, because there's no Striker Glaver skin, there's no Sorcerer skin, the Assassins are completely missing, there's no Gunslinger skin for this set. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see. It could also just be that this is just going to be their special package version or something. I don't know. So we'll have to see it out. I thought it was pretty interesting. Well, I keep rambling on here. I'm going to start Lost Ark on the side. I thought it was really interesting that they always kept showing Destroyer in that armor, like every time for everything. Like it, at least like every picture they had of like a standstill picture, you could see it in the thumbnail for the video, for the Lost Ark May update video. If you go to the Lost Ark channel or the Lost Ark website, and you go down to like the destruction update, here's the armor. Like again, like every promotional thing they've done for Destroyer just shows him in this armor set, which, if I'm mistaken, is like the season, I want to say it's like the season 1 legendary stuff. And but even if it's not, like the fact that it's like in a set, like it wasn't like a standalone thing, and it's one of those like class specific skins, makes me wonder if we're gonna get the rest of these, because some of these are pretty cool. Like for instance, this Berserker one, you see it in some promotional art here and there, on more often on the websites more than anything. The Gunlancer one, you don't see it as much, but I have seen it on some promotional art. This Scrapper one is literally one of the load screens, or it used to be. Was this like, this is the Scrapper? Actually, I think it's like when they get the little pop up while you're waiting for Lost Ark to load. I think this is the Scrapper armor it uses, which is the one I'm waiting for, because I want the weapons off of this. I don't care too much for the actual like armor set, even though it does look cool, but I want the weapons off of this. So it'll be pretty interesting to see what they'll do, because like, so for instance, this was the Glaver founder skin, which they didn't show in the video. And then over here, this is what the Destroyer founder skin is supposed to look like. But as you can tell, they didn't show this either. But they didn't show Glavers on their like on the April update video either. So I don't know if that's like showing anything. But something you notice is that the hammer is very, very similar to, you can kind of see it. It's kind of hard to see from this angle, but this hammer is very similar to the hammer that they showed with the red armor. But the armor looks completely different. So I'm kind of concerned that they changed it, which sucks because I really wanted this armor set, like with the hammer, but we'll just have to wait and see what comes out. I don't think there was any other. I didn't really double check if there was any like I don't think there was any like patch notes or anything today that they released for news besides this. I know they did like a Lost Ark Academy thing like a couple days ago that I checked out. At least for me personally, it didn't really add much of anything because I already saw it. So like I already know a lot about Destroyer. I know Maxroll has put out their Destroyer guide finally. Something to keep in mind is that their Destroyer guide is, I don't know if they'll go back and fix it, but it still has the Lucky Core tripods on some of the abilities, which aren't going to exist when we get our version of Destroyer. So that is something kind of to note. But it's still pretty cool. Like I'm still pretty stoked for all this stuff. I think the trailer's really good. I like that they're getting a lot better with the trailers. They're making them more exciting, more, you know, this time we had like they matched the music up to like the hits from the Destroyer, which like was really gave a really good atmosphere to the trailer compared to the last couple trailers they did. I know the last trailer they kind of like smushed Glaver into the South Vern scenario thing. So it'll be pretty interesting to see how it pans out. If you're watching this on the VOD for this on YouTube, I'll have links to everything in the description. I'll have links to the May update trailer. I'll have links to both that website that I showed and the and where I got it from, which was from Saint Tone's directory. So shout out to Saint Tone for having such good resources to use. And then I'll also have a link to the Maxroll Destroyer guide. But again, something to remember is that the Maxroll guide might get changed when it actually comes out if it hasn't gotten changed already, because again they have the Lucky Cores. When I last looked at it this morning, it still had the Lucky Core tripods for some of the skills, which again that's one of the things that got changed on Destroyer that won't, you know, we won't have it in our version, is the Lucky Cores. That's one of the huge changes they did. Yeah, I went back to look just in case, and yeah, they still have the Lucky Cores on it, and I don't see any like, so and a big difference they did, and it makes me feel like they had this guide written a while ago, is the Glaver one, they had a big like warning label on it when they put it out that, hey, you know, things might change or something like that, like it's not final, but they don't have it for the Destroyer one, even though the Destroyer one's kind of wrong, to be honest, because like in some cases some of the skills still use those tripods, so the actual tripod slot isn't wrong itself, it's just that they have the wrong skill, right? And it's not just a Lucky Core, like they have like all the old skills, the sharp wall, the sharp hammer, like all of those skills they have, those are skills that aren't in our version, you know, the negative 24%. Actually I'm just gonna show this real quick just so that everybody can see what I'm talking about. It's like so just keep in mind that this might not be final if you're trying to look for these builds. So like right here, you know, they have the skills, and as you can see, they have Endure Pain with Trace of Pain, which this tripod doesn't exist anymore. And then I think this got changed for Taunt, I was thinking, or maybe this got changed. No, this got changed for Taunt. This is still the same. Perfect Swing, Sharp Hammer, Seismic Hammer, Sharp Wall. These two tripods don't exist anymore. There was see the Lucky Cores again, because when you max them out, they have the Lucky Core tripod here. These tripods just don't exist at all, period. So I think what they did is that I think wherever they're pulling it from, or it probably isn't updated with the changes. So it's probably the correct tripod spot, because there's not enough Lucky Core tripods either, because before, basically, if Lucky Core was on it was a tripod for an ability that was blue, you took it every time. But so what I'm assuming is probably the case is that these are probably the correct spots that you're supposed to be taking for like Lucky Core, Trace of Pain, that kind of stuff, the Sharp Hammer, Sharp Wall. It's just that wherever they're pulling this information from is it's not updated there. So we'll see. So again, just keep that in mind for that it might be different when you actually start using it. So just wanted to kind of just put that out there. But the guide is up, and everything else should be fine because build wise, like for engravings and stuff like that, didn't really change much of it all. If anything, they made supercharge, which was kind of a pretty important part of your build, even more important. You're just not gonna let me? Okay. Even more important because with Earth Eater now being a supercharge with the first tripod, it's like actually huge. So it's kind of next to the Hammer of Wrath tripod. It's actually your next most important tripod. Like you basically prioritize that like you prioritize. I think in some people are even saying you should prioritize that over like even level 3 Hammer of Wrath early on, because it really just like your build just doesn't. You have, if you're playing Hammer of Wrath build, you just don't have, you're too slow. Like you won't hit anything if you don't have supercharge level 3, so you have to have that. Not to mention it also just buffs all the damage on all of your all your charge abilities, which Destroyer basically all of his main damaging abilities, like his highest damaging abilities, are all charge abilities. So it's just a very, very strong engraving to have. And it's just, you know, you kind of, you get that as soon as possible. That's kind of a big one to do, you know, that's what you get on your, every stone you cut for an ability stone, you cut it with supercharge and something else, right? Like you cannot afford to drop supercharge. It's too important to how Destroyer works. So everything like that. Stats are also, well, actually I didn't look at the stat stuff. I know stats, like you can go spec crit if you just, or if you can go crit specialization, so prioritize crit and then get some specialization if you want to go all damage. But from what I understand, most people don't run it that way because Destroyer is actually kind of hard to play, period. So running it that way makes it even more complicated to play. And so people just run crit swiftness on it for Hammer of Wrath when I last looked, for the most part, just because it's easier to play and you get more consistent damage. And since you're pretty slow as a class anyway, the extra swiftness will help with just cooldown. Because that's another thing, is you want cooldown on that Ignore Pain ability, which is really big for Destroyers, because it's now, you know, it doesn't have Lucky Core anymore, but now it guarantees you three gravity cores when you use it, and it's a taunt. So you definitely want some cooldown reduction on that. So swiftness helps with that on top of a cooldown reduction gem. So there's a lot of that. I think I'll probably do like a video for Destroyer for the build I run after it comes out and I have it set up and geared. So, but yeah, so we're gonna do some quick dailies just to kind of like warm my fingers up, just to get it out of the way. So that way, and then do what we normally do, right? Which is just grind PvP for however long after, before while we wait for the Adventure Island. Which, speaking of, I should now check what Adventure Islands we have for today. So Adventure Islands for today, we have Snowpang, Forepay, and Phantom Wing. None of them give pirate coins this week, or today, so it's kind of a tie between Forepay and Phantom Wing, depending on what you need. If you need gold, go to Phantom Wing, because you can also get a protection rune if you need that. Which, if you plan on playing Arcana when that comes out, I've heard that uses protection rune on some of its abilities, so to make use of Barricade. Well, to make further use of Barricade. And then if not, just go for Forepay for the card pack if you're like me and hoping to get like a Soulless card. So today is Chicken D-Day, basically, for at the end of stream. It's also generally a pretty quick Adventure Island as long as nobody like auto attacks the boss and, you know, in normal form, but it'll be all right. Now I'm gonna just double check. Okay, so this is done. I can finish that pretty easily, and I just need to do one more fishing thing, and then we'll have it capped out for the guild XP, for the guild weekly. I don't think we'll get enough to level up all the way. I think we'll be pretty close, but even then it doesn't matter because I'm waiting so that we can get the guild shop is my plans. All right, so this is here. I need to move these down because I forgot to like go through and do the vendoring stuff like I usually do. I have to yesterday at the end of the day. Kind of been a little out of it for this kind of stuff because I've been trying to combat getting burnt out on top of which I'm not really like super burnt out or anything. It's just I could feel the the beginning, like, I guess if you've ever gotten burnt out before, or you get burnt out a couple times, you kind of tend to like know what kind of like feeling starts leading to you getting burnt out. And that's one of the really important things to recognize, so you can actually not get burnt out when you're doing anything, not just necessarily games and stuff like that. Is that you need to start recognizing that, like, that beginning, like those beginning feelings of when you're getting burnt out on something, if you to avoid it. And you know, and a lot of times, if you can realize that you're getting burnt out early on, and you can just kind of like mix things up, it tends to keep you from getting burnt out. So like, for instance, my mixing things up has been both PvP in Lost Ark, and then some Apex, and on top of playing like some gacha games, playing a little bit more consistently. So, but it'll be different for everybody. You kind of have to find your own thing that you can do. And you know, for some people it might just be maybe just taking a break from a game. That's, you know, that's not a, I feel like people are a little too scared of taking a break from games, especially MMOs in general, because you know, the FOMO, they fear like they're gonna miss out. But that's, you know, I feel like taking a break for a game that you're passionate about and that you want to keep playing long term every once in a while is, you know, missing out on some content is better than just end up quitting the game, right? So like, I got burnt out on Final Fantasy 14 a long time ago, and to this day I still haven't fully recovered from that burnout. And it sucks because I really love that game. Like, it's one of my favorite MMOs of all time. It's just that I still find myself having a hard time playing it because my brain, well, first of all, I kind of have to play it solo now compared to when I first picked it up, where I played it with a group of people pretty consistently. And then after that is my brain still associates it with the burnout that I had pretty early on, right? Like, I did it before the first, like, I kind of burnt out before the first expansion came out in Heavensward, because I was grinding for titles, for like having classes leveled, that kind of jazz. So it's just like, you know, if you want to avoid that kind of stuff, it's pretty you kind of have to kind of like be on top of recognizing when you're burning out, and then like trying to figure out what helps you combat burnout. You know, whether it's just playing an extra game on the side, right? Or just like reducing what you do in game and, like, you know, spending that time playing something else, or maybe just straight up taking a break from the game, play something else in general. You know, those are all options for combating burnout, and you should really do it, especially if it's like a game like Monster Hunter. Like, Monster Hunter is a game I've seen a lot of people get burnt out on because there's so much content to do all at once. And then like you kind of like speedrun it, and you can, you know, probably even if you try to be a completionist on, like, especially when it first comes out with Monster Hunter games, especially nowadays, it'll probably take you like 100 hours ish, maybe more depending on what's available. I imagine for Sunbreak, like Iceborne had a lot of shit available at launch, and then they were really quick to add new stuff. So. But people can get burnt out on Monster Hunter a lot. I've seen that happen. It doesn't generally happen to me because before I get burnt out, I kind of just hit a point where I'm like, all right, you know, I've done everything I care to do, because I only really play one weapon, which is Lance. I used to play multiple weapons before I played the Lance. Like, I've cycled through a lot of different weapons for Monster Hunter. I've played almost all of them. I think the only ones I haven't played are the bow guns because I'm too lazy to farm for ammo. But I played bow. I've tried insect glaive. I've played charge blade, switch axe, all that stuff. I've never. I mean, I guess it kind of depends who you talk to. Like, for the more veteran Monster Hunter like players, which I guess I could technically be a part of, we generally don't consider playing a weapon unless you have like over 100 hours on it or something like that. Which the only weapons I have over 100 hours on are like greatsword, sword and shield, and lance across separate installments of the titles of the series. But basically what I'm getting at is that, you know, you gotta mix things up. You know, it's kind of a long-winded way of getting around to saying you just gotta mix things up so you don't get burnt out. So if you're passionate about a game or something. Because the other thing, right, is you have to realize whether or not you're actually passionate about it, or if you're just riding like a wave, right? Because a lot of times, to me, things feel cool. Like, I think I might be passionate about something, but a lot of times it's just the novelty of something different, right? So for instance, Lost Ark, you might go, oh, I'm gonna try that like off meta build, and then you're gonna, because you know you could have been playing like the meta build the whole time, and then you're like, I'm kind of bored of a meta build, and you see there's like an off meta build you can play, or even a different engraving style, and for that first week you could probably be like, man, this is so much better than the other the other play style, right? And a lot of times that could be true, like that you actually do enjoy that play style, whether it's the new engravings or new class, different class engraving, or new engravings like off meta engravings that you just feel more comfortable playing, which, you know, is totally fine. Or it could also just be the novelty of something different, right? Because like that happened to me with I think it was the Scrapper. Like I swapped to Taijutsu in tier 2 because I knew that a lot of the fights in tier 2 move like so much, like so much, like fucking Alaric PTSD, anybody, right? Like that fucker couldn't stand still to save his life. Right, you could tell Alaric that like he needs to stand still for 3 seconds or he instantly dies, and that fucker is just like, you better have the reservation at the funeral home, baby, because here we go. But I played Taijutsu, and at first I was like, man, this is pretty fun. You know, I was like, oh, I think I might enjoy this more than shock trading, because you know you have a lot of abilities. It's pretty I'd say it's pretty fast and low cooldown, because you do get some swiftness in it, because you're going crit swiftness, that kind of jazz. And for a while I was like, this is pretty cool. But then in tier 3 I kind of went back to shock trading, because I was like, man, I really just want to, like, a part of me really missed shock trading Scrapper. And then like I played it, I went back to shock trading, and I was like, why did I ever leave you, right? Because like I just like the way shock plays better. It's not like oh, it is a better, because a lot of people are going to be like, oh well, the DPS has a higher ceiling, yeah, later with relic sets and stuff like that, which we don't even know if we're going to be able to make a full relic set on the first with Vulcan or not yet, because if it goes like the other regions, we still have to wait for Viekas to make a full relic set. So but I think up until, I think they say like, most people are like, you shouldn't play shock trading Scrapper this early. I personally don't really care. I do fine. I get MVPs with, you know, even when I play with randoms and stuff like that, for the most part. As long as I don't like fuck up my own shit. Like, I don't think it's that big of a detriment. Taijutsu probably has pretty similar damage at the moment, because of just the way the scaling works. You need quite a decent amount of, like, I think shock trading Scrapper needs like, how much do I have? Oh, actually I'm pretty close. That's actually probably why I'm dealing pretty close to damage. I was gonna say, like, I think it was like 1500 is what people were saying is what you needed for shock trading Scrapper to start even getting close to the area of dealing the big damage that people talk about. So I guess I am 1481, so I'm pretty close to 1500. But I'm still missing the, like, you know, the relic accessory that gives me more back attack stuff. I'm not running Master of Ambush. I'm running Cursed Doll and Adrenaline, just because at level 3, both of them, because I want that extra crit. Because to be honest, I can, like, even with the midday buff active and full stacks of Adrenaline, I still will miss crits if I'm not running with like a Striker or a War Dancer or Glaber or something with a crit energy buff, right? So Adrenaline is just too good. So I use Adrenaline to kind of try to offset that as much as I can. Not to mention, it also gives me an attack power boost while it's at, you know, that stacks up pretty high at level 3. So it's not bad. It's not bad. Let's see. I had a little bit of a lag spike there. At least it felt like it in game. Here we go. Shoot. But yeah, so it's not bad. I like shock trading. I think the only class I would like say probably don't play unless you really like it, like playstyles, is probably like Enhanced Weapon Deadeye and like Surge Deathblade. Surge Deathblade right now is fine, but post patch that we're gonna get here on Thursday, it's gonna be pretty hard to play, and it's already a pretty hard like play style to play to begin with. Personally, I think like I'm kind of in the camp with people where we're like, I think they went a little too ham on the nerfs. I think they should have just nerfed the, like, worked with the damage side of things and then left and then just left everything else just alone, I guess. Because from what I understand, from what some of the more like the experienced Korean players are saying, it's like it's borderline unplayable right now with what they have. So, which is unfortunate. Like, I never like personally seeing like a whole playstyle just get dumpstered because of nerfs. But it is what it is, right? And then enhanced weapon, it's just like, I don't know when that I'm gonna level my Deadeye to be oh, that almost was really good. That almost was really good. Unfortunate. But enhanced weapon is just, the boss takes like half a step forward and all your damage goes out the window when you're using shotguns. Because you have to be so close. Which it's like, I don't understand their reasoning, because so for Destroyer, they got rid of the tripods that require you to hit a specific portion of your ability to get damage. Oh, that might sell for a little bit. Which is the sharp hammer, sharp wall tripods that I talked about earlier when I was showing at Maxroll. Those require you to hit with a specific point of the ability for it to deal a shit ton of damage. Pretty much all of the shotgun abilities on Deadeye, like that's the tripods they use, is that. Except that theirs is even worse, because you have no actual indicator, because like, so for Destroyer, it was like you have to hit him with the head of the hammer, or you have to hit it with the actual like the rock wall that you pull out with seismic hammer. With shotguns, there's no like distinction between like what part of the shotgun is going to deal the bonus damage and what doesn't. It just says you have to be really close. And to be honest, from what I've noticed, is you literally have to stick the muzzle of the shotgun pretty much up the boss's ass, because if you have the shotguns just right behind the boss and the boss takes half a step forward, all your damage goes out the window. Like literally all of your damage just goes out the window. You go from, like, my Deadeye will go from critting to 600, 700,000 at 1325, mind you. Like, he's not very high item level, and it'll dumpster all the way down to 200,000, like just with like one step forward, because you're just losing so much damage. And it's like, and then the devs were like, oh well, it's within the damage like expectations, and like the gist of it was like they were basically like, just get good kind of thing. And it's like, bruh, you literally took this playstyle away from a class, and your reasoning was that it's not fun and people don't like playing it, and that it makes it hard to, like, you know, it kind of constrains the way you have to design classes. And then you turn around on another class that has the same exact like tripod styles, and you go, ah, they're fine, just get good, right? Like, that's such a weird take for me. Like, it almost feels like two different development teams worked on it, and the one for that worked on the Deadeye was like, ah, it's fine, who cares, right? It's just Deadeye, that kind of thing. So I don't fucking know. Anyway, we have today and tomorrow for more Grexion ass whooping, just to build up the last couple leap stones for Destroyer. I have a pretty good stockpile saved up. I'm pretty confident I should be able to get to 1370. If not on the first day, definitely on the first like week. It'll kind of just depend on my honing luck a little bit, and then if we get a new event, because as you'll notice, the May trailer also didn't show anything about an event. Granted, the April update didn't either, but we did get the teaser in the PvP video for like the Arc Pass that was gonna come, so they didn't really need to. I just find it odd that they still haven't mentioned anything about an event, which makes me think we might just not be getting an event for the May update to replace the Guardian Raid events with, which will be an interesting take, because those books are nice. And especially with like Vaulton coming out, I think like just having an event going that constantly just offers people's books to get their characters to 1370 at least, like, is a very smart idea. But I don't know, we'll see. But basically, I'm hoping we get some books, a new event that'll give us books and like leap stones and stuff, so that way I can like not have to farm for you know, for extra stuff from like Tower and Infinite Chaos. I should be fine with like tier 2 and tier 1, because I plan on using my express mission, since, you know, no power pass Sag. But it'll pretty much guarantee easy, you know, easy transition for the stuff. so it's not that big of a deal. Because I did save, I also saved the Vern Pass from the first ones that they gave us. Like I only used one because I didn't want to miss out on some of the early engraving books you could get at the time. So I kind of just ended up, it was more of an accidental thing than like a aha 5 head. I did this thing because I'm super smart kind of deal. It was just like, oh, I don't want to miss out on the quest rewards for these early quests for engraving books because I kind of need more right now. Because this is before the events. They, handed out the event stuff. And then, so I just knowledge transferred a bunch of classes instead. And then I did their engraving books. And it's just like, now I'm kind of like, yo, I was pretty fucking smart. I was pretty fucking smart. So. Ooh, 10 now, nice. I'm looking forward to the scrapper changes though. No longer having to play around a 3-second window. I can just throw out abilities when I fucking want to. Beautiful. No, bring that ass here, boy. I will say I still don't know if I want to take like focus or the extended mobility one to replace the ready attack tripod. Aha! You gotta learn the pings. I've been seeing, I still think there's still like more and more new players getting into tier 3 because like, oh, I hate when he does that. Because before, I felt for the most part, like people understood like the sound that a pheromone bomb makes. So most people, they'd hear the tink and then they would just not move. And then now, like recently, doing a Grexion again? Really? We're just gonna spam that move today, huh? And make me lose my adrenaline, you bitch. That's why nobody likes you, Grexion, because you're a hoe sometimes. But yeah, so, but I've been seeing recently where I'll, whatchamacallit, I'll pheromone, and then someone will still throw a flare, and it's just like, okay, new person, gotcha. That or maybe they're just not expecting the flare because they're not used to or the pheromone because they're not used to someone having it. But I always pheromone a Grexion because he has a pretty big toe. It's pretty easy. The only times I won't be able to get it off is if I'm chain destruction fist, which is kind of just up to God on that one if I'm trying to deal some extra damage. But even then, if I have my dodge roll off cooldown, I can just dodge out of it and throw the pheromone bomb. But pheromone bomb, it shaves like 1 or 2 minutes off of your kill times for a Grexion because you don't have to chase him halfway across the map. Because a Grexion, I feel like, is one of the worst offenders where he literally goes across, like, he'll literally go across the whole map away from you because he'll be like, nah, fuck these guys. I'm out. Fuck you guys. Y'all can come over here. And so it takes a bit to get over to some of the locations he picks sometimes. So I kind of just try to always take pheromone bombs to, like, throw at him. We gotta open some more. Not that one. The other one. This one. Pheromone bombs. There we go. And then luckily on my scrapper, I don't really need to take Panacea because I usually take that on my other classes. I usually take that on classes that do Grexion at like 1340, like on item level, just because that flame dot fucking hurts, bro. It hurts when you're on item level. At 1400, I don't give two shits for it, but on item level, no, baby. Oh shit, it's rare. It's been a long time since I see him spawn up here. Usually it tends to spawn in the middle in this one, or like in this one. Pretty rare to see him spawn all the way up there. Also double bards for the win for both of my runs. Well, like, you know, 1 bard per run kind of thing, like double bards. Yeah. I love having supports. They make my awakening do big deeps. Do big deeps. With their buffs, with the boofs. Oh my god, everybody's so fast. I think this I think that just shows you I'm the only person who doesn't have swiftness as a stat. Alright, you bitch. As a stat for my build. Because you don't run swiftness as a shot scrapper. Rip. Ah, I think he got a little bit of it, maybe. Yeah, he's gonna rip the dream. Wait, when? Oh, I think I changed destruction pistol to at a bad time. Still got a crit, doesn't care. Don't matter, still crit. Oh, I didn't crit on the awakening. Sad. Not critting on the awakening makes me sad quite a bit. I shoot. Ooh, that was a good crit. No crit. Oh man, this is just not my my day for crits, or not my fight for crits. Because that was pretty good crits on the last one. God, you bitch. The second death rattle has made me miss by going backwards. Ooh, shit. I have no idea how that didn't hit me. To be honest, like I should have been hit by that. Somebody in here is juice besides me. I think it might be the Berserker. No, you bitch! Stand still for 2 seconds. You're causing me... He's making me lose all my deeps. That's like the 3rd death rattle I've missed in this fight. And Scrapper kind of shares that with Surge Deathblade, where if you miss like 1 or 2 death rattles, that's all it takes for all your DPS to go out the window. Granted, obviously you get more death rattles off than you get surges off in a fight, but it still sucks. God, I can't get a crit to save my life on this run. Oh, he did. Couldn't get a crit that run at all. I think I got like maybe 2 crits on death rattles. All the other ones didn't crit at all. So I did like no damage this run. Makes me sad. Makes me sad. I definitely didn't win this time. Sage. Yeah. Is he juiced or is he just... I think I can still... No, damn it, he left too quickly. Because I couldn't tell with the color, because it's not a high enough color. He could have been 1370. Mayhem Berserkers are like... With like literally level 3 Mayhem with level 3 Master Tenacity at 1370 can outdamage me at 1400, and it's kind of annoying sometimes. The part of that I feel like is just like I just got unlucky. I didn't crit on like half of my death rattles, and then I missed like 2 of them, so that was like all my DPS. So that probably also had something to play into effect. Because as Mayhem, he's got a lot of crits, critty crits, especially in his red dust window. Especially in the red dust. Oh, for some reason I saw the cat, like the cat costume, and I was like, oh, that's my pet. I tried to like open my storage off of them. Oops. Yeah, I should be pretty good because there's I still have 16 of these, which is what, another 480. I might have to end up using all of these, to be honest, depending on how my hones go. I have these, but I still have a bunch here. I need to start crafting fusion materials. I need to do that right now. Uno momento, por favor. I need to craft at least a bunch of the green tier 3 fusion materials and just have those rolling. I'll probably do... How many should I do? I guess I'll do 5 today, and then maybe another 5 tomorrow. It costs a lot though. Because the problem is, it's like, I really wish the crafting time, like, first of all, I hate that fusion materials have a crafting time in general. I don't think fusion materials should have crafting time. I think you should just be able to craft them if you have the shit, and then if you don't have the stuff, well, it happens. That kind of stuff. I don't like it because like you have to craft stuff ahead of time. The only reason I don't mind crafting like all this stuff ahead of time is because all of my classes are going to use this, right? Like I have I have a 1325 Deadeye, a 1340 Berserker, and then a 1358, I think, is the Glaver. So I have a lot of classes that'll still use the green fusion materials, but I still hate that they have a crafting time on it. Like I wish like they would just not have a crafting time. Anyways, we got that done. I'll have to remember to do some vendoring, well, some auction house thing after stream, because some of these should sell. Probably not for a whole lot, but saying how I just spent like just shy of 2,000 gold, I'd like to sell stuff. I don't think. Okay, yeah, this one, the reinforced hit. We'll see if that transfers. It probably won't transfer, but well, oh my god, yesterday I fucked up royally yesterday on the Deadeye. Luckily, it wasn't like a damaged tripod or anything, or like a super important tripod, but I succeeded a level 2 tripod like transfer. And then when I went to go to the inventory, because I like to go to the inventory and just every time I succeed a transfer, I try to go to the inventory and then save it. And what I did, yeah, that's I was gonna. So what I did was I succeeded the transfer. So let's pretend I succeeded the transfer there, and then I came here to like save it to inventory. But I was like, I guess I was like half asleep, or I think I was like looking at a text message or something else, or like a stream or something, and I like autopiloted super heavy, and instead of saving to the inventory, I applied to the inventory. So I basically like lost a level 2 tripod. Again, it wasn't that big of a deal because it wasn't like a damaged tripod or anything, so it wasn't a major loss, but that's just something to keep in mind. Make extra sure that the buttons you're pushing are the right buttons, because one fuck up is all you need to lose a level 3 tripod, and you know, or +3 tripod, and that's gonna suck. Like that one's gonna hurt. Or even worse, like when +4s, when you start getting +4s and then you accidentally fuck up and you apply instead of save, like, oh my god. That would make me cry if I did that. That would make me cry. Also, I wonder if I'm still in my bracket, my percentile bracket that I want to be in. I think I should be. Because I think I was like at 7% yesterday, after all the PvP we did yesterday. And we still have today and tomorrow. Also tomorrow, I'm going to do the same thing I did last week, which I'm going to do like stream a different game for the first like 2 hours and then do PvP for the second 2 hours. But I don't know what game I want to like play yet. So like I'll probably just look through my my Steam library and just decide from there. I might do Monster Hunter Rise just to, because I kind of, well, no, I think I'll save that for June, because I do need to play Monster Hunter Rise to get ready for the expansion coming for Sunbreak. So, but I think I'll wait till June for that, because I don't see myself doing the extra variety stuff. Is it really all over here? Oh, once After Destroyer comes out, I'll probably be like pretty hard, at least for the first couple weeks. I'll probably be pretty hardcore doing everything I can do on the Berserker, or not on the Berserker, on the Destroyer, sorry. So because like that includes PvP, right? Because I want to climb ranks with Destroyer. So I've been waiting for Destroyer to do it. I wanted to try climbing. I tried climbing ranks with Scrapper, but at the time I did it, it was probably a bad time to do it because everybody was in bronze, not just like bronze players, but also people that shouldn't have been in bronze. Which is why I'll say that I'll kind of reiterate. I said it once before that I think all PvP games that have any form of ranked should have placement matches. Like just that should always, like I feel like that's just something that should happen. Like yeah, it sucks for some players and stuff. Like I know there's some players that they don't like placement matches. I myself used to not like placement matches at all, but the more I played like PvP games that that start everybody at bronze, especially if it's like a brand new one, right? That doesn't have any sort of or a PvP system that doesn't like have any sort of like hidden MMR inside of it. When they reset ranks, like they just reset everybody down to 0. It's such a bad experience for like players when you're facing like people that shouldn't be in your rank skill wise. They're just much better, and then you have to fight them anyway because like maybe you were a silver player and you're like, all right, now I'm gonna climb back up to silver, but then you get unlucky and the three like your first like 3 or 4 matches is just you facing people who are like maybe platinum or diamond tier before things got reset, right? And that's just bad. Like I don't feel like that's good design. So I feel like if you're gonna have any form of like actual PvP that has ranked in your game, you should have placement matches. Just do placement matches. You know, it won't be 100% accurate because you could still get like people that are slightly better skilled than you, even with placement matches, because they could just get unlucky in their placement matches. That is, especially in like a 3v3 scenario, because that happens. But they shouldn't be so far above your skill level that you can't at least do something, in my opinion. So I hope that gets added in the future to Lost Ark PvP. Just like placement matches. Because I also don't really like the bloated MMR system they have, because I feel like that just compounded the problem that was this first season, which I think is going to be a problem for every season. Because if I'm mistaken, I don't know if your rank transfers, right? Like from season 1 to season 2 for PvP. I think everybody just restarts at bronze. The bloated MMR thing they do, because that's Lost Ark's like quote unquote placement matches, is they give you like extremely bloated MMR gains and losses at the beginning, because they go, oh well, if you're winning, you're gonna gain a lot of bloat up on a lot of MMR, and you're gonna, you know, be highly ranked. And then if you're losing, then you're gonna lose a lot of MMR, and then you'll go, you know, you'll be in the lower ranks, which you're supposed to be. Well, there's a problem with that. If you start a season with everybody, you know, all like ham-fisted into bronze, and then you could be like a gold level player, and say you get really, really unlucky, and you just face like team after team after team of players that are like platinum, diamond, maybe even masters, grandmasters, because there's no like hidden MMR system. Like I don't know, I'm just saying, like this is what's happened in other games. From like, I'm not someone who does a lot of ranked usually, so I'm like, you know, I'm not too in and out on a lot of the how a lot of ranked works on a lot of games, but this is what people who I know who play ranked, like they complain about, and so, or they used to complain about in games that didn't have any sort of like hidden MMR system, and then they would just reset ranks to 0, and then everybody have to climb from there. You could get really unlucky, because the point is that the casual players, especially if you try to like PvP in the first week, if you PvP in the first week, people who PvP a lot in the first week of a season are people that are like pretty high ranked anyway, because the reason they're high ranked is because they play a lot. Well, one of the reasons they're high ranked is because they play a lot. Another reason is because they learn from their mistakes, and they know how to like, you know, improve from there. But basically what'll happen is you can get really unlucky and face a lot of people who are much better than you, and then it'll just dumpster the shit out of your MMR, and then now you're climbing. Because the way it works is that after you reach a certain amount of like PvP matches, it starts reducing how much the bloat is for points. And the point is that, let's say you lost like, you did like, because I think the first break is at like 25 matches or something like that. So let's say out of those first 20 to 25 matches in that first week, you fought a lot of like players who are higher skilled than you, and then and so you lost a lot of MMR. Then you lost way more MMR than you gained. So you're now like pretty deep into bronze. Well, let's say you take a break and you come back like 2 weeks later, maybe you do unranked to kind of like, you know, stay sharp and not lose your skills too much, that kind of jazz. Well, now you're trying to climb up ranks that you basically nosedived down into with less MMR. And then, you know, let's say you still get unlucky, and even in that like you do it like 2 or 3 weeks later, there's still some highly skilled players who go in, or you just, you know, maybe get unlucky with matchups, because depending on what class you play, you can get unlucky with matchups. And then, like, you know, it's a system that I don't think works. I personally don't think it works. I think it's a very antiquated system that, you know, it's kind of like, this is what like old school PvP rank systems were like, and I feel like there's a reason a lot of games kind of moved away from it. not all games. Like I know Apex doesn't have placement matches from what I understand. Granted, I was thinking they also don't fully reset your rank down to 0, so they kind of offset it like that. I know. I mean, granted, this match they did a big change through all of the through a lot of changes to the rank stuff, and like they put. I think platinum players were in bronze, and it's like what? Like who the hell thought that was a good idea? Like who decided they were gonna stick like platinum players? I think I think there were some low diamond players that were also placed, either like low silver, high bronze, and it's like, bruh. That guy's just gonna dumpster that whole lobby, and then potentially people are gonna be like, I'm just never gonna play ranked after that. Because like that's a skill gap difference, especially in diamond. Like that's where I feel like diamond in any PvP game is where you really start, I guess, understanding PvP in my opinion. I think before that you're just like kind of knowing how to ride the bike. Like right, you can go in a straight line on the bike, but you still kind of wobble and then you fall off when you stop, kind of thing. And then you hit diamond. Diamond is when you're really like, you know, you're biking, right? You can start, you can stop, you can kind of like do whatever and all that kind of stuff. That to me, I think that's in most like PvP games that I've ranked, I think diamond's usually considered the rank that's where you're kind of, you should have a pretty decent understanding of how the game works. And you stick that kind of player down in like bronze lobbies, like why? Like basically that's just like, if I played ranked in like Apex, I would be like, I am not touching ranked for like a week. No, like a month. I'm like, because I've also heard that the climb is pretty slow. Because I think let's see, I was watching, I don't know about RPR, I haven't seen him do Apex in a bit. At least not ranked Apex. Like I know today he was playing with Mary, but they were doing duos unranked. Because there's no ranked for duos, which is weird. I think like duos should have a ranked form. But actually, I don't know if duos should have a ranked form or if they should have like an actual true blue solo queue, like solo ranked, where it's still like the 3-man teams, but everybody in it is solo queue. Could be cool. I don't know. I don't run game company, so I can't really say if that's better or not. I mean, we can look at Lost Ark. I know a lot of people like ranked being solo queue only, but there's also a lot of people that would like a team queue, which I think is fair. I personally think if they're gonna do that, they should have, at least for the 3v3s, you should have like 2 ranked queues, one for like 3 stacks, and then one for solo queues. And a lot of people go, well, Marsh, what about the duos? I'm like, look, it's a lot harder for a solo player to find 2 other people to play with than it is for a duo to find 1 more person. Like, so, and I feel like if you're duoing anyway, you're probably trying to find a 3rd person anyway for even unranked PvP.
Welcome.
And there's communities for that you can go to, right? Like, there's discords, all that kind of stuff. For some reason I picked up like saying all that jazz again recently. I used to say that a lot back in like high school, but you have options. You have more options than a solo player, in my opinion, because if there's 2 of you, you kind of have at least 2/3 of a synergy going, and then between the 2 of you, you can find who's the 3rd person that synergizes with you. When you're the solo player, if you're trying to, like, obviously, you know, the flip side, you know, you can be like, well, Marsh, they can just look for a duo. It's a lot more intimidating for a solo player to try to approach 2 players they don't know, because you have to remember, if you're not like trying to stream, or you're not someone who's like very sociable, which most players that do solo stuff aren't very sociable, like that's the reason they do solo stuff. It's very daunting to approach 2 players that you know play together and being like, hey, can I join your team and try out and see if we can like mesh together? That's very daunting. Like, you know, I'm pretty like outgoing and willing to do, you know, meet up with like new people and stuff, and even I would kind of just be like, I don't know if I want to like do that, especially in PvP, right? Because you're taking a risk of like you know, dealing with like 2 toxic players, and then it just ruins your PvP experience. So I'm just saying, I feel like there should be a solo queue mode like they have now for ranked, and then a like 3-man mode for people that really want to like get real sweaty and do 3-mans and practice for tournaments against other like really skilled 3-mans. So, but I also think if they're going to do that, they should also allow for the party finder system to be applied to PvP, where you can like, you know, set up a party for 3-man, and then you can go and just queue for ranked 3-man PvP kind of thing. Like I find it odd that that's not like that wasn't put in for PvP, because like the system's there, right? Like PvE has it. I can set up a party and I can queue with people I know on a Xena, and we can go and raid together in Argos. I don't understand why PvP doesn't have that system, like wasn't added to that system and hasn't been added to that system yet. Because it would really open up PvP like so much more to accessibility, especially with like how, you know, a lot of players, you know, at launch couldn't really get together because a lot of the servers were locked, which weren't supposed to be locked. Like, I don't know what happened on that first official launch day where they were like, hey, this is a list of servers we're locking due to high population, but all the other servers are going to be open. And then launch day comes around and every single server that was part of the head start on both, like on all regions, were all just locked. And everybody was like, what the fuck is going on here? Because, you know, people like me, who we chose like a more like medium pop server, which had space, we're like, all right, we need some people. We're like, look, just come to our server. It's a medium pop server. You should have enough space to like join in. And then those people were just like, yo, your server's locked. And it's like, wait, what? Excuse me? So I don't know what happened there. But I know it split up a lot of like communities and stuff, and people just didn't want to restart and blah blah blah, la di da di da. You know, that's where the level 15 meme came from. But at the end of the day, it's like, I feel like it's a core system you already have in the game. I don't really see much of an argument for not expanding it, personally. I think maybe with the Western version, it might give them more incentive, because from what I understand, PvP is not super duper popular in the Korean client. Like, it's mostly like people mostly focus on PvE, so maybe that's why they've kind of been like avoiding it or like skirting around it, because it's kind of been considered the redheaded stepchild of Lost Ark for the longest time, and even in Korea. So, you know, they've done some PvP tuning, but they've never done anything super crazy for it, like an actual balancing stuff. But I don't know. Hopefully, they can look at the West and they can see how excited the West is for it, and maybe that'll give them like a nice little, you know, bump in the butt to kind of like iron out some of these things for PvP that I feel would really go a long way to kind of just giving them more avenues to get in. I'm telling you, like, the tournaments so far, they've been pretty fucking sick. Like, that G4 tournament was great. The Archives tournaments are fantastic. I love watching them when I can, you know, as long as they're not at a time, like, when I have to do stuff on the weekends and stuff like that. I love watching them. I love watching all of them. I've watched at least one for every region for the Archives tournament. So I've watched an EU, I've watched a couple NAs, and I think I've watched 2 of South America's. And there's always really good matches in them all, especially towards the end. So there's definitely a very big drive, or a very big interest in PvP, and I think like, and they pull in pretty good numbers. If I'm mistaken, I think like the last North American tournament I watched for the Archives had like 1,000, almost 2,000, or probably more than that. I don't know. I don't know. It was a lot, like for like an unsponsored like tournament. I mean, you know, like just these guys who set it up together themselves and did it. So I think it's I think there's definitely a pretty big draw there, especially because I feel like PvP is a lot easier to probably understand what's going on, like a lot easier to watch without understanding what's going on than maybe PvE in this, because like I watch videos of Lost Ark raids all the time with knowing more or less like I could know the main mechanics for a raid fight. And then I'll watch a video and then they'll wipe and I'll be like, what the, like, wait, what happened? Like, who fucked up? Like, where do they, like, you know, I'll still be confused even with knowing ahead of time that, that, you know, there is like one-shot mechanics and stuff like that. So while in PvP, you're like, oh, I see. That guy got rolled into a corner and got the shit kicked out of him. That's pretty easy to pick up on, right? It's not like rocket science. So anyway, speaking of the guy who's going to get picked up and put in a corner and get the shit kicked out of him, that's gonna be me here, because for the next about like 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, we're gonna be doing the PvP grind like always. I'm gonna check what percentile bracket. Sorry, I had to like redo the stream stuff and all that shenanigans, all that shenanigans that you know gets you have to do when you're streaming. But yeah, so we're gonna start off by checking what percentile bracket we're in. All right, so I didn't D-rank at all for PvP too, so that I should still be in 7.83%. Which tells me that probably a lot of people underneath me probably aren't PvPing all that much because it's now Tuesday, Wednesday. So I think the ranks are pretty stable. Again, I still find it funny that I still can't tell what tier I'm going to be in from just like looking at this. I have to kind of math it out. So I'd be at 107, so I'd be here. It's basically impossible for me to get higher because I think I'm probably going to end up in this 5 to 10% bracket. I think I might be able to push into the 3 to 5%, maybe, but doubtful. And even then, that's only like 5,000 more, right? While I need another 17,000. So if I wanted to get into Supreme 4, I'd have to get to here, because like this is actually probably here. Because it would be 100, because I need 124, and this would give me, oh no, I'd have to be here because I need another 17,000, and this is just 16,900, so I'd be just shy. So I'd literally have to get to the 0.3 to 0.5% bracket, and that's just not happening. Like those guys at that level are like insane. Like I think this is like that's like these first couple pages, and these guys are like number 1 is 53,000 points. Like I'm not reaching that. I'm all the way back here in the 100s. Where am I? I think it was like 120, something like that. Yeah, 121. Like I'm not reaching that, but that's fine. My goal was to get as close as I could. At this rate, I'll be Supreme 3, which means at least I'll get 4,000 extra coins of courage on reset. And then with PvPing this next week, I'll get Supreme 4, so then the following week I can buy more stuff from the whatchamacallit? From the vendor. We also have quite a decent amount of coins piled up anyway. I'm at 15,000, so I think I'm with the reset coins cash out, but then probably with 2.5 hours today and maybe another 2 hours tomorrow, I could probably get pretty close to like 24,000 coins for the destroyer if he should need them, which I might need them for when he's in tier 3 because of the shards, but we'll figure it out. It'll also kind of just depend on, again, what extra stuff they add, all that kind of jazz. I think I'm just gonna stick with just saying jazz anyway. I'm trying not to, but all right, interesting. Basically what I do is I like forum dumpster dive while I wait for my queues when they're taking a decent amount of time. Apparently there's some guy who's like just auto reporting people that offer carries for gold, and it's like Rox basically said that if you are reporting someone who's offering carries and they're not spamming it, right? Like say they spam like once every, I don't know, 10-15 minutes. I don't know what they would consider spam. If they're not spamming it constantly, they can't action you instead because you're doing false reports, because carrying for gold is perfectly acceptable. Almost no game bans that. Carrying for real money, that's a different story. That's where they get banned. So if you're someone who like goes out of your way to report, let's see, Sork, Deadeye, me with a Bard, Deadeye, and a Sork. Technically, they have the better comp because instead of a kind of shitty scrapper, they have a Bard, which even a kind of shitty Bard is better than a kind of shitty scrapper. But we'll see. Maybe I can bully the Bard in the corner. I didn't pay attention if they were on the same server or not. We got the drip though. He looking good. If it didn't cost 840 blue crystals, I would have bought the Noble Banquet for my Deadeye because he looks super ass in the Chaos Dungeon stuff. So, but I'm not dropping 840 blue crystals on that shit. Are you crazy? Oh. I got caught in the electric thing as I was trying to like hit my... Oh, I forgot to look into that, I wanted to look into the overlay people have. That just shows their like inputs on the board. Oh no, that's not the I fat fingered my awakening. I fat fingered my awakening. I fat fingered it so bad. I was trying to get the stun off, and instead I got oh, come on. That last bullet is so fat. That's so annoying. Wow. Bro, that's sucking. The sucking on the... I'm telling you, the sucking on that orb is just dumb. I don't understand why it has sucking, personally. I also don't know if it's a tripod, because I just don't play Sork. But... can't stop me now. Damn. Yeah, this is why I say it doesn't make any sense that it has like all that suck in, because it's like it's like it lasts for so long. Ooh. The bard's getting good on those stuns though. Just trying to get some extra damage. Oh, I'm kind of screwed here. Bye. I knew he wanted to do something. Damn. I missed the stun. It was too... Wait, what? Okay, I swear I lagged there, because there's no way he hit me yet. And then my character just stopped moving. And then his character, like, just kind of popped in front of mine. Like, there's no fucking way. Gosh. I forget that has super armor. That's so annoying. Yeah. I forget that I keep jumping into that ability, the one where they do like the 360 and then the explosion, because to me it looks exactly like the animation, like the upper body animation is almost exactly the same as the dexterity shot one to me, like to me visually. So I think he's dexterity shotting, so I'm trying to like jump into it to stop it, but it's I think it's called like Rain of Death or something like that, and I get caught in that, and then I give him free damage because that has super armor on it. And then he gets like, usually you tripod it for the double explosion at the end, so it double explodes. Also, I like how they said in the May update that they were going to give us more information after the May update for like classes and stuff. And people are still being like, the May update isn't even out yet, and people are just like, all right, and can we know about new classes? It's like, can you wait? They said they were going to give us more stuff about new classes just after the May update. They're obviously not going to release like information for June, July, which we at least now have confirmed that it is a 2-month roadmap, not a 3-month roadmap that's coming, which is a little weird in my opinion. But I guess maybe they don't want to go too far ahead in case I have to change stuff. Sork, Deadeye, Shadow Hunter versus me, Deathblade, and another scrap. Oh my god. Why? Stop it. I hate having another scrapper on my team. They're usually my worst matches where I do the worst in. Usually. I had like I think I had one yesterday that we won, but still, that's usually my worst performance is when there's 2 scrappers, because our shit just doesn't overlap at all. So annoying. I'm not gonna lie, I hate just having 2 of any class on a team. It sucks so much. Like for me, it's just so annoying. Like just change to the matchmaking system. Make it where you can't have 2 supports, and make it where you can't have like mirror classes in the same team. Oh, you bitch. That's done last like 3 years. That's what you get for trying to shoot me. I don't appreciate it. Ooh, that was a good crystal though. I don't appreciate getting shot, buddy. Oh, that was a good Come on. Ah, the beam. Bro, that beam is so long. Oh, no. I should have. This is why I take the double fucking dragons, dude. The stun doesn't last long enough. It's so annoying. I should have just taken the double dragons. I could have killed her with the double dragons. I just don't have enough super armor shit for all this hit stun that's coming out in this match. Because everything has like a crap ton of hit stun. The Sork, the Shadow Hunter, a lot of range hit stun too. Oh, interesting. I don't think a lot of Deadeyes take that one. I say this as a Deadeye that doesn't take that one. I didn't have anything left for movement. Wait, why are we down so badly? I didn't think we were down that badly. I got the knockdown. was a bad jump. Yep. Yep. Close. Close as in I almost could have killed him, but I didn't have. I literally had nothing. Everything was on cooldown, so I pushed all the buttons I could push to deal damage. But yeah, they have so much hit stun. This is also why I don't like double scrappers, because this is just a bad team comp to fight as a scrapper, because the amount of hit stun a Deadeye and a Sork by themselves bring is ridiculous, and then you put a Shadow Hunter in the mix, and that's just too much. We don't have enough answers for that. All of our super armor abilities have too long of a cooldown. Only one of them I would say is a reliable form of CC, because to be honest, Chain Destruction Fist for anything other than just like damage or baiting out abilities is just ass. Death Rattle literally brings nothing else but damage. Damage that takes 3 years to go off, in PvP at least, since you can't use runes for Gale Winds, and you don't take and you're kind of already sacrificing damage by taking the Tenacity one that I don't think we usually take. The I don't know, I don't remember what all tripods I have on my PvP setup. Let me see if I can look real quick before. Also, holy shit, if you have a check on the top of the screen. Okay, no, we do take the attack speed one. So, if you have a check mark on the Smile Gate, please. If I put a check mark on something, it annoys. This is Sork I faced last match. Sork, Deadeye, me. Oh, I think I'm gonna have I think those two are running together. Yeah, those two are running together. With a Paladin, Deathblade, and a Soul Fist. Soul Fist is gonna be kind of hard to match up with a Paladin. I'll just have to hope that we can catch them more than they can catch us. The Soul Fists are really good in PvP. I think people sleep on Soul Fist a little too much. Even when they get the damage reduction nerf, I think people, the rest of the kit is so good. Alright, let's see how this goes. Oh, you bitch. No, I can't afford to take this. Damn it. See, this is why, like, I say Soul Fist. Oh, I'm so fucked here. That's why I say Soul Fists are so annoying, because like that one ability like trumps almost my entire kit. The 3 like Dragon Ball Z Ki Blast ability, like, oh my god, and then bruh, yeah, this team is my second worst nightmare. Because yeah, that 3 Ki Blast, whatever it's called, I don't know what the actual ability is called. That move like just counters the shit out of like half my kit. Because it has knockup, so if you don't, oh, I didn't know that had freeze. She fucked up aiming the, she fucked up aiming the Ki Blast. I think she thought I was gonna jump over her, maybe. Shit. Look at that, like 2 range stuns, knock up, juggle. There's just nothing I can really do about that. That was a good save by the Paladin. That was a good save by the Paladin. I think the Deadeye is gonna be like the only thing that can really compete with the Soul Fist. Well, basically, I can't compete with the Soul Fist, is what I'm trying to say. It's a good Paladin. He carried me back into their stun, into the AoE. Well, he carried me back into the Soul Fist to kind of group us back up together with his abilities. Like on purpose, like he went behind me and then Starting to get better at the combos though. Starting to get better at the combos. Ooh, fuck. I'm fighting really good players. It's fun, I like it. When you fight really good players, there's certain things you can't do anymore. Like I can't engage with oh, we pulled that up. Nice. I can't engage with True Rising Fist because I like to be cheeky and like uppercut like on the outside and then like True Rising Fist in, like do the land on the like you know, initiate on the group with the land because it'll knock them down. Both the Soul Fist and the Deathblade, like they just need to throw out an ability that has like some sort of knockup or something, which generally most abilities do that you take in PvP to knock me out of it. I got every time I tried to True Rising Fist to initiate, I got denied in that fight. So that means to stop doing it. Basically is what that means. That's what that boils down to. But generally, that's how I can tell more or less how good like the arena I'm in is. If they can like knock me out of my my true Rising Fist like consistently when I'm doing it from the outside, that's generally a sign that they're a pretty good player and that they've played against a lot of scrappers. All right, what do we have? Gunlancer, Soul Fist, myself. I think that's a different Soul Fist. Glaver, Bard, Paladin. Actually, no, that might be the Soul Fist that we played with or played against last time. Glaver, Bard, Paladin. Oh, he's got double supports, but she's got the good double supports. Not the shit double supports that I get. As in, like, again, to reiterate, it's not that I got shit supports when I got double supports. It's just that double Paladin is really not what you want. If you're gonna get the same support twice, you want double Bard for maximum CCs. For the maximum damage. Oh, that electrocution has such a long range. So I'm just gonna. That's a good Bard out. That's a very good Bard out. This is a good Bard. I can't tell about the Paladin, but the Bard's definitely good. Also, I think the fact that like stuff like God's Law and Rhapsody can like actually deal like hit stun is kind of preposterous in my opinion. Like they give a shit ton of damage reduction as abilities, and then on top of that you make them like hit stun people. Like that's insane. Also, Jesus Christ, how many shields do you have, buddy? See, like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, that's too much in one ability, in my opinion. Because, like, he could stand in that and hit stun me. Like, same thing with Rhapsody. Because that's their two big damage reduction abilities. That they just throw it on a target, and then they get a lot of damage reduction. Great. We just got teamwork. But this is why we're doing the damage reduction. And that Glaver's, like, almost full fucking health. Like, dude, like... Are they? Two of them are playing together at least. Oh, that was a good catch. What? Oh. Bro, that launch from the Glaver just fucked me over. It threw me in my own fire. Which ticked for like 1 or 2. I just lost so much HP there. We haven't been able to kill any of them. And like, we've been fighting them the whole time. Like, this shows you how strong, like, this shows you how strong a double support, like, Bard Paladin comp is. And I've been chasing this Bard down this whole time. It's frustrating. Yeah, playing against a Bard Paladin is such a frustrating, comp to run into, because there's like, unless you yourself are running yeah, and they just looked into getting the Paladin. If you yourself, also this is why I don't think shields get taken into account for damage like done and damage taken, is how often was I like on top of that Bard and Paladin, just constantly hitting them with death rattles, like whatchamacallit, like hitting them with death rattles, chain destruction fist, like everything. I was dumping all of my shock into them. 192k, like there's no way. That's because of shields, and that's something they need to change in the calculations. Like, if anything, they should just make a new calculation for damage mitigated, because like, I can't do anything about you having shields, right? Like, it's not like I have an ability that strips shields from a target. So therefore, you taking away my damage is basically, again, I think this cycles back to what I've kind of said the last week, is that the scoring system for PvP, and I think PvE also, by extension, but in PvE they've at least been like, hey, we're fixing this. In PvP they're kind of like, what? Huh? You say so? Can't hear you. Sorry. You know, just kicking us into a closet. But the scoring system promotes bad habits, right? Like, oh, they have shields, I can't hit them. Oh, they have this, I can't hit. Like, bad habits. Again, I think like a lot of the changes that I think like they're gonna give themselves a lot more work that they could just avoid by, at the very least, making matchmaking being like, matchmaking will not put 2 supports on the same team anymore. Like, if they did that, half of these problems would be gone, right? Like, they probably wouldn't have to do a damage reduction nerf, you know, all that kind of stuff, you know. Well, it may have to do some, but they wouldn't. I don't think they'd have to go as hard as they are going with it. They wouldn't have to do, like, they're giving themselves so much extra balance instead of just enforcing certain rules in PvP, like no double supports. Then you don't have to worry about double damage reduction overlap, or just make it where all damage reduction overlaps on themselves, right? Like they can't stack or anything, or you get like, or do it like so like for instance, World of Warcraft on Paladins has a debuff called Forbearance. You could just make it where all damage reduction in PvP applies a, you know, whatever your version of Forbearance will be. So that way, if you've done damage reduction, because, you know, the supports aren't the only classes with damage reduction, even team-wide damage reduction. I'm thinking off the top of my head, I think Soulfist and War Dancers both have. I know Soulfist is team-wide. I don't remember if War Dancers is team-wide or not. But War Dancer also has damage reduction, on top of like Gun Lancers and Artillerists and all that kind of jazz. If they just made it where in PvP, applying any form of damage reduction to yourself, applies like a, I don't know, like a 5-second debuff or something, where you can't get another one, it would probably go a long way to, they wouldn't have to do the damage reduction, like fine-tuning that they're gonna have to do. A gun lancer, me, and a deathblade versus a paladin, a deathblade, and a gun lancer. They technically have the better comp in this. But I don't know, like that's just my thoughts on it. I think they're going in, I think like having some PvP balance is better than no PvP balance, but I think they're kind of like missing the point on stuff that, while it's probably more work than just number tuning on the back end, I still think it probably will save them a lot of extra headache in the long run. I don't know. I'm someone who's like, if you want your competitive scene to look a certain way, you kind of need to put in your own criteria of it. So like, put in the matchmaking, or double supports can't be put together. Problem solved. Yeah. Alright, caught one in the change instruction first. Fuck. Thank you, easy target. I forgot to change back to that was a good well-timed electrocution. Fuck. Yeah. As soon as I got caught in that God's line, yeah, I was fucked. Oh, God's Law. Should just be a fucking damage reduction circle and nothing else. Should just be a damage reduction circle. Fuck, dude. The hit stun sometimes is insane. Sorry, that was too good of a that was too good of an opportunity to pass up for like just free damage on the shit. For free damage on the paladin, like free unmitigatable damage. Fuck. That like little combo they have of just like electrocution into like knock up is a little crazy. Bruh. The fact that like juggle move from Deathblade, you can literally like knock them up out of it and the move still goes off is kind of broken. In all honesty, like, that's way too strong. I think that's one of the reasons that move is so strong, because as soon as you hit that button, it's just too... like, there's no stopping it, right? Like, that button is going to go off regardless once they push it, because, like, I think even stunning them doesn't stop it. I think even stunning them, it still goes off, because I think there was one time I stunned a... well, actually, you'd have to stun them to stop it because it has super armor. Even though I don't think she had super armor since I like stomped it. and it knocked her up. So she might have not taken the super armor tripod on it. But like that's again, I think these are little things that are kind of like showing you what I talk about, that system wise there's a lot of changes they could do that'll save them a lot of headache later down the line, like making it so that if you get stunned, your ability unconditionally just stops going. That's the whole point about a stun anyway, right? Is to shut down whatever they're doing. Is what it is. It's just like, and I don't know if it's like I'm guessing it's a normal skill, because it can't be a holding skill. Well, actually no, because like chain destruction fist is a normal skill, and it's chain destruction fist stops, right? Because then there's that question, if that move keeps going after they get stunned, then why doesn't chain destruction fist keep going after you get stunned, right? Like, because chain destruction fist stops when I get stunned. These are just like, you know, stuff like this. Making things uniform would make PvP so much better. And it would save them headache, because now instead of being like, oh well, maybe we should remove super armor from that move, they could just be like, well, it gets stopped when you get stunned, so there's no, you know, that's the check for it, which is fine. Sorcerer, Scrapper, Flavor versus a Gun Lancer, a Soul Fist, and a Torches. I know these last couple matches I think have kind of been a pretty good example of like some of the little system changes they could do that I talk about that would really like save them shit that they have to balance around later, right? Like iron out the system, and then from there, like as a base, then work out what you need to do for actual number tuning. Because until the system like is kind of like ironed out, oh my god, I like ironically enough, that electrocution circle saved me. Like it's, oh my god, there's just so much fucking, bruh, like I was gonna try to set up stuff. Ah, fuck. Fuck. I had nothing. I couldn't flip. I couldn't get up or anything, so. Unfortunate. I didn't think that, like, cause usually most Sorks take the tripod on that, where it's not. Oh shit, that was the fucking awakening. I always get the awakening confused on Soul Fist because it's it looks kind of similar to an ability they have. Because they do have a laser beam ability. It's just I have seen it used in PvP also once. Interrupted the chains. You don't need to be over here. Oh, that's right. I forget that their parry, counters the stun. Fuck. Yeah. I got juggled and there was no way to get out of it. I mean, I'm doing pretty good, so. When half the team runs away to like just come after you, I think you're doing your job pretty well as a scrapper, in my opinion. When are you gonna learn? How many times I gotta teach you this lesson, Gun Lancer? Worth. Good catch, good catch. And this is why I wish my stun had paralysis immunity. Fuck. That's such a wide hitbox. Because it reaches like, that was a pretty big fan. It was almost like 180 degrees. And like, it reaches from here to like pretty far. Pretty far. But I think we're still pretty good. I think we did our job pretty handedly there. Yeah, 427,000. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Can't really complain. I think one of the biggest things I've seen improve the most is my combos. My combos for hitting things like from chaining abilities together. I'm starting to miss less my Fierce Tiger Strikes, which was there's such a pain in the ass when you. I think that's one of my biggest like advice as a player for PvP is if you have any comp. So like if you're a War Dancer, a Striker, a Scrapper, Glaver, like anything with like you know, even Berserkers, anything with like a thin like hitbox ability, like, you know, Red Dust, Fierce Tiger Strikes, you know, the Moon Kicks, all that kind of stuff. Go to the Trixion, spawn like a regular sized NPC guy, and just practice like running around, stopping, and then like throwing it out. And just running around, stopping, and throwing it out. And then if you combo it, like practice those combos on that guy. Because like, trust me, you'll miss. If you don't, you'll miss. Artillerist, so there we go. My worst nightmare came to life. Sork Deathblade me with a Sork Deathblade and Artillerist. This is my #1 worst nightmare right here, is this comp that we're facing. Because I literally have nothing for this comp. Unless my teammates play out of their minds, or they just play really bad, or both. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt. So. Pain, Pecco! As the hip kids would say nowadays. They went down. Oh. Ah, I was almost out of that. What? Bruh. Alright, there's no way I was in that. I was literally standing on the grates, and then the fucking... Apparently that caught me. Like, bullshit, dude. Bullshit. No fucking way. Fuck. I thought that's what he was hitting me with. Yo, an artillerist that can fucking do his stupid swing stun off of his flamethrower? Fucking disgusting. Disgusting. That's such a hard thing to do in comparison to like doing it off the Gatling gun, in my opinion. Oh, almost got tickled by that to death. Fuck. Bruh, you could have thrown an ability out and we could have done this. Oh my god. Like, I'm not gonna say I'm perfect with it either, but the amount of like tunnel visioning people do, and there's no way I wasn't in his like sight. Oh, that was a good stun. I wanted vengeance. Fuck. Alright. Still got it. It'll be fine. Fuck. That got me through the fucking dodge? Are you serious? At least two of them together. Like, that just shows you how much that attack, like, attacks, basically. Fuck. They just had a really good team comp. I mean, they were good players. Like, what I mean by that is that I think both, like, we're both pretty equally skilled. It's just they had a better team comp to fight us. Artillerists are rough. Artillerists without having something like, I think without having your own artillerists, the only thing that could probably counter them reliably is probably like a gun lancer or something, because they could go toe to toe with their shields. that or berserker. Berserker is probably pretty good too, because they have like two forms of hard CC. On top of the fact that if they go in berserk mode, they can probably contest with their bloody rush. Not as good as a gun lancer, I imagine, because they're still, berserkers won't have the shields. But the sheer amount of damage, like, you know, if you go turret form, they can literally just like a berserker could literally just roll up, like, just sword storm with the earthquake, then red dust, and then just fucking just start unloading, and then like when they get up, just earthquake them again with the mountain crash. They have really good answers to stopping them from doing stuff. Like really good, like instant answers, right? Like Scrapper has answers, but they take a long time to like go off, in my opinion. And then they're pretty easily stunnable to players that know what to look for. Two Sorks and me versus. Fuck, this is gonna be a hard match. Today is just one of those days for matchmaking. It's just giving me all the hard matches. They're like, yo, Marsh, we want you to be as prepared as possible for any sort of bullshit that you can run into in ranked, because I ran into this a lot, like hitting like two supports with me and then like the other team being like, you know, or not two supports, two DPS and me, and then getting another team with a pretty good comp instead, just through matchmaking. Also, I don't care what people say. I would trade longer matchmaking queues for a matchmaking system that made it where either both teams would have supports, or neither team has supports. That was a good stun from the Bard. I'm fucked here. Alright, not super fucked, but... Oh, this is gonna trip me up, this whole fight. Is whose Sork ability is whose? Alright, where's my other Sork? I was gonna say, I've only seen this Sork the whole time. I don't know what this one's doing. She's been the only one who's tried to help me this whole time. Oh, I hope she's at least, this other one's at least pumping damage. Ah, I wish my stun was so easy to land. I wish I had that much range. I wish for so much stuff. I wish I could. So slow. Actually, I won't say that, like, the, oh, fuck. Yeah, see, like, I don't know what our other Sork is doing. I literally haven't seen her like almost this whole match. That Bard's good with those stuns, I can tell you that. That was do or die there. we were either gonna kill her or we were all gonna die there. Or at least me and the other sword. Fuck, I couldn't get anything off. Bruh, I didn't know I signed up for fucking Tekken. I'm gonna die to those because those deal damage. Fuck. Yo! Can I please get a visual effect, like a visual effect that matches the hitbox? You bitch! Ah, oy vey. Oh shit, that was just a bad initiation. No, you stay away. You're not invited to our corner party. I was like, I want you nowhere near the targets we're trying to kill. Come on, that should have knocked her down at least. Fuck. Why is my character just staying still randomly? Okay, I definitely hit double spacebar. Game, please. Oh my god. There's like this like half a second in between spacebar dodges where you can get caught with things, and it's so frustrating. Because you could have pushed the, you know, like, you might be able to hear it, because I was slamming the shit out of that spacebar to keep going through there, and then the game's like, nah, you know what, we're gonna let you get caught, but still, a little annoying. A little annoying. Yeah, so I hope everybody, if you're PvPing, at least you're having pretty good PvP time. Like, again, it's just little things, like, right? Like, part of that is just, you know, definitely not the game's fault on all of that, right? Some of those, like, I was probably a little aggressive than I could be, but at the same point, like, when you're fighting comps that is just so ranged heavy, like I'm getting back to back with, like, Soulfist, you know, Sorks, the Artillerist, Deadeyes, like all that kind of stuff, you have to be aggressive. And unfortunately, being aggressive on a scrapper puts you in, like, you're basically on a knife's edge that will, like, just one wrong initiation, you're fucked. Soulfist, Scrapper, myself, or Berserker with Berserker, Artillerist, Deathblade. They technically have a better comp than we do. We do have some damage reduction with our Soulfist that they don't have though. But I'd say all in all, their comp is probably much better than, or not much better, but it's definitely better than ours. Even though our Berserker, I think, is like, yeah, that's, I think, is that plus 18 or plus 19? Because I know what the plus 20 and what the plus 17 look like. I think that might be plus 18. Hi, welcome to the party. Bye. See you. See you at the next party. Oh, it was on cooldown. I fucked up there. Oops. I think I ran into the artillerist explosion there. But they got, like, what the fuck happened? How did they get... I guess I got 3v2'd. That is a smart thing to do. Wait, he like berserk mode and then he chained in berserk mode? Bruh. 100 to 0. I couldn't even like get up. I couldn't do anything. That should never happen in a MMO PvP, in my opinion. Fuck. That one crashes so fast. Bro, what is going on? Like, we had such a good, like, going, and then all of a sudden they just turned it around. Like, what? I'm confused. It's like, it's almost like they swapped to different players. Like, is what it feels like. Because they weren't anywhere near this coordinated before. And now, all of a sudden, they're just, like, chaining all sorts of shit together. Fuck. God, I'm so tired of missing things. I moved... That was on me. I moved my mouse in the wrong direction because I thought she was going to go in a different direction. I thought she was going to go up, and then my fist threw her out. That's what I'm saying, like... Go to Trixion, get the regular size, like, dude, and then just practice moves, like, for pickups and stuff like that. Like, I miss probably 50% of my true Rising Fist because I just don't know what direction they're going to go, and it's kind of just a guess. And you don't really have that much time to kind of re-aim True Rising Fist, because you do in the sense that, you know, when you're True Rising Fist, you have like a second at the top where you can like kind of aim where to change directions, but the in an actual PvP scenario with 3v3, you don't have that much time because you're fighting against another person showing up and knocking you out of it, right? So I thought like I was knocking her up that way, but she flew this way, so I aimed this way, and I should have just like aimed in between because then the AoE would have hit both targets, but I went that way. Granted, I had procced the lightning debuff on her, so if we had like one more second, it wouldn't have won the match, right? But or it wouldn't have like brought us to tie, but it would have been better. We would have had a better score. It would have been 9-8 instead of 9-7. Sharpshooter, Shadowhunter, me versus a bard, a sword, and a... What is it with this bullshit, dude? Really? Like, is today just like shitty Marsh matchmaking day? I'm not saying like in my team. I'm saying like in the teams I'm fighting. Like, I keep fighting teams that have stupidly strong comps. I don't know if we... I don't think we have enough damage to kill anybody on this team, to be honest with you. With these two. Especially with a 20th limit fucking paladin. Like, I don't think we have enough damage. Like, even, like, we could be full... Like, I think we would have to have an artillerist to deal enough damage to this team to kill them. Fuck. Yeah, that was just a good awakening. I also miss my Dragon's Advents, but I feel that's less of a missing a Dragon's. Why would you go in there? Like, why would you go in there? Get out of there. Move, 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 move. You know, dude. Why do people do this? We can't fight them in their own spawn, because eventually it'll set on fire and then it'll kill us all. Well, their team comes good, but they don't have, they're not very, like, organized. It feels like the Paladin's just trying to, like, roll solo and do whatever they want to do as a Paladin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that move has super armor, which is insane because it's such a good move. What did I get somebody? Ooh, that's a good electrocution. Move, move, move. This is kind of, yeah, they're starting to like sync up though. So it's less free kills. What is this guy doing? Bruh, what are you doing? I will lead them to you. I do not care. Hey, kill my AFK sharpshooter. Thank you. Just threading this needle. Oh, that was a good. That was a good one. That was a good magma, whatever that's called. That Paladin has been hard to kill though after those first couple. I forget the range that move has. Ooh. That was a good electrocute from the Sork. I feel like the Sork and Bard had a pretty good like team play style. Like they were kind of like trying to ping pong off each other, but the Paladin was kind of, I don't know, overly aggressive, I feel. Oh, yeah, I don't like no damage. I just kept getting like a lot of hits done. A lot of just bad plays on my part in that one, to be honest. I definitely should have been able to do more there. Definitely should have been able to do more. But that's why we're doing all this stuff for. We can get this practice in. Just do it all over again on the Destroy. Because Destroy doesn't, you know. Some of this will translate over to the Destroy, but I also have to work up the muscle memory for what abilities where. Because I mean, it's doing all this, and I still get the cooldowns wrong. The only nice thing is going to be I don't have to worry about balancing two energy bars, because that's the worst thing about about Scrapper in PvP. Is you have 2 mana bars basically to work with. So basically, what makes it really good in PvE, and the fact that you don't have a mana bar, you just do shock and stamina. is a really big detriment in PvP in my opinion. Me, Gunlancer, Artillerist with a Sork. Alright. So this is a repeat of the, I guess, the triple OP team. But I think that I'm just gonna be a sissy and, you know, hug my friends over here. Well, I don't know if this is like a 3-man or not. I'm just assuming so because I had a... We'll see how they play. If they play well together, then it's definitely a 3-man. But I had a 3-stack, I think it was yesterday, for like Deathblades that we just literally couldn't do anything against. Oh yeah, no, they're definitely playing together. Fuck. I got caught. Oh, that was a good catch. Shit, I should have gone for the awakening. Oh, I got caught in that. That was me. I fucked up there. Yeah. They're definitely playing together, though. He dropped his in the bad spot, though. Like, he should... Well, first of all, the artillers needs to be nut-hugging the Gunlancer. Wow, what? Fuck. He died to the fire ticks. Ah, there's no way, dude. There's no way. She should not have had enough time to pop off an ability like that. I hit her with like a fierce tiger strike right after. There's just no fucking way. Shit. Bruh. They even have it practiced where to put the electric ball so it ping-pongs you between them. God. To be fair, I think at least this is more fun, because they definitely have to be good with what they're doing. Deathblade, I feel, is more like just Unga Bunga than Triple Sork. Because Sork isn't easy. Sork is not easy. Like, to triple stack Sorks is not that easy. Did we? No, just barely. They just barely got a kill in on the artillerist. They were good Sork players. Like, I was more in shock that they had the fucking electric ball thing timed out. Because basically the way they were laying down the electric balls, which are probably one of their most annoying moves as a sorceress, is you know, it would attract you into one spot and they'd overlap the other one, so then it would pull you over to the other side, and there was just, you were just like fucked for so long. Or they could just unload all of their damage on you because you literally could do nothing. Because that's the thing, is there's no getting out of hits done until like someone has to help you like stop them. And but with such big AoE hits hit stun or paralysis maneuver, sorry, I guess it's called paralysis in this game, they can literally just lock down a whole team like just like that. So I mean, they had to play well though. We definitely caught them slipping and definitely taught, like, you know, taught them a lesson when they were slipping, but they were good Sork players. I can't take that away from them. I can take it away from triple stacking Deathblades though. Fuck you guys. You guys specifically suck. I'll never admit you're good players. Ever. I don't care. You could be the best Deathblades on the planet, I still be like, you're shit players. If you triple stack Deathblades. Deathblade, Deadeye Artillerist, Deadeye Scrapper, Gunlancer. I think is this the Gunlancer we had last time? I don't remember. I do know that as I get higher in the ranks for the PvP tiers, because I think with your PvP, the PvP tier wise, I think it tries to like put you in the same, at least levels and stuff. I'm starting to like see people over and over again, which is what I like to see personally. I like running into the same people. Build a sense of community. Even though, you know, it's the whole region is that you're queuing with, so. But it's a nice like sense of improvement when you start seeing the same names over and over again, because you're just like, all right, we're getting pretty good then. What? Bro, I pushed. There's no way that Q was still on cooldown. Literally a 5-second cooldown. Good stun. Oh, I think that's the artillerist I was with last game too. Fuck you. Bro, how is he not dead? I'm so fucked there. Oh, the one time the diminishing return actually worked. Holla! Nope, 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 nope. Oh, that was a good Gatling. That Gatling was a smart option there. Welcome to the pain town. Psych. Oh, that was a good twisty twisty. I don't know what that fucking ability is called. Bruh, come on now. How many fucking super armor moves you got, dude? Like I hit her with so many abilities there. And she still just couldn't be stopped. I hit her with the fucking charging blow because I saw the damage number pop up. I threw the pummel, but granted that's only paralysis. And then I did the jump and all of it, she just ignored all of it. I'm sorry, Gunslinger, I tried. I did my best. Like my stun was on cooldown, I think. Maybe not. Maybe not. So we're at 160 matches. I still find it hilarious how, even with these losses, because I've had more losses today than I usually do, but I think that's because I'm starting to reach the level of people that I'm pretty equally skilled with. So a 50% win rate, or at least staying in the 50 to 40%, is kind of means that you're in the area you're supposed to be. And then, but I just find it funny how ranked, which is supposed to be a better MMR system, I feel like matches me against more lopsided stuff. Also, man, I'm hungry. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna eat for dinner today. What am I gonna eat for dinner? After this game, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break to. Oh, is this the? Oh fuck! I think this is the triple Sork stack we ran into before. Bitch. And then Artiller's Gunlancer. Is this just like a? Is this a rematch? No, because the last Gunlancer had the... This is definitely the same team. But I don't remember... Unless he... Oh, no, he might have changed just the helmet then. I don't know. I was gonna be like, I don't remember the Gunlancer we had having... whatever that's supposed to be for a helmet. This is basically a rematch. These are basically the exact same comps that we had, just on different sides of the field. Alright. I think she's probably the weak link for the group. Excuse me? Oh, I got electrocuted by one and then pulled in by the other ones. Okay. I was about to be like, what? Oh, come on. There's no way I'd gotten into that yet. Yeah, that suck is definitely a weak link. He's definitely not as skilled as the other two. Uh-oh, I got electrocuted, but that's fine. Ah, shit, I thought the magma wave would be done. Oh, I dodged into it. I'm so bad. I even registered it in my head and I still like autopiloted to dodge away. This is bad, this is bad. They're kind of lopsided and it's giving them time to like regroup. Fuck. Alright, alright. Game. Oh my god. Yeah, they gave him time to regroup. Bruh, don't go in. Like, we need, like, all three of us to kind of counter this comp. What? Excuse me? I got sucked in by something there. I'm not sure what. Huh. Oh my god. Yeah, like they all threw their abilities on me there. Fuck, that's so annoying. That's just how much damage they have. If they stick me, I'm just dead. I should still be able to... Oh god. I'll still be able to catch her though. There we go. We still pulled it back. But yeah, I'm gonna take a little break after this, real quick, like right now. I'm gonna call to see if there's any update on my old man. There was a possibility he could be coming home today, but it seems that the pain's too much, but I haven't heard anything since, so I kind of just want to double check and make sure everything is alright. So give me a second, please. And we're back. Just getting a checkup. Everything seems fine still. They're just trying to nail some stuff down, but we have about another hour or so of PvP left. So all we gotta do is get back in it. But yeah, those orcs are pretty good. Granted, I had a suspicion about it in the first match, and then in the second match, definitely figured the one, because one of them was pretty seemed pretty. What's the word I'm looking for? Slightly weaker, I guess, or not as like up to snuff. And that last match kind of proved it. But it also showed you that that like that comp, like if you have at least 2 competent Sorks in that comp, like that comp fucks, dude. That comp is something else. Ooh, 6.9. Wait, how many ranks did I go up? Like 2? 14. Okay. Cause basically when they had a reset and they killed us to regroup, they really started like it became hard to break them back apart. Because it's basically what you have to do. You have to find the if it's 3 equally skilled Sorks, like you're kind of, I don't think you could kill that. Like at least like I don't think you'd have like, you know, even deaths or kills on both sides. Paladin, me, Deathblade with a Paladin, Glaver, and Artillerist. Alright, we'll see how this goes. The Artillerist can offer a lot of setups for the or the Glaver can offer a lot of setups for the Artillerist with the tornadoes. Just depends on how well they play off of each other. Just depends on how well they play off of each other. Artillerist called grenades. Name checks out. Oh, and it's potentially a 3-stack, so I assume the Glaver and the Artillerist are going to play off of each other very well. Very well indeed. Oh, well, I mean, I think they're trying, but... Oh, come on, I put it right click down. Oh, that's a good stun. Holy shit! That turret dealt some damage! I was stunned and I went from like 50% health to nothing because I ate that full laser beam. Come this, come this, come this. Oh. Get out of here. That's a good gut, man. Still got it. I think they're trying to work off of each other, but the Paladin and Deathblade I have are really good. That was just a bad Gatling. probably dead here. Wait, did they kill the other two? I'm dead here though. Yeah. Back when you're good. Oh. Damn it. Close. They brought it back at the end. Yeah, they kind of synced back. They synced up towards the end, and it made it really hard to. Yeah, a synced up like it kind of was. I guess the paladin and the artillerist, or the artillerist and the glaver, kind of work really well together because glaver has a basically anything with a lot of hit stun works well with an artillerist. Glaver doesn't have as much hit stun as say like a Deathblade, Deadeye, Gunslinger, Sork do. But they have the Paladin, which God's Law has a lot of paralysis on it, which I still don't understand why that deals damage, personally. On top of, like, I feel like God's Law dealing damage and paralyzing people is literally just there because they're like, well, we don't want to make an ability that only buffs things that you have to put on the ground. It's like, fuck that noise, bro. It's a support ability. He's got other abilities that you can use for damage. But, but yeah, it's just... Because like paralysis builds up the scale meter very slowly, like over time, very slowly. It can help, it can be pretty good, but it's still pretty slow when it does it. So it just is what it is. Oh yeah, we got Shadow Hunter Sork, me with a Sork, Deathblade, and a sword. Interesting comp. Well, interesting matchup. Double Sork and a Deathblade versus a Shadow Hunter Scrapper Sword? Or, yeah, Scrapper Sword. I might be able to pick this apart. Oh, that's a cool little witch cosplay they got going on there. I should have grabbed the snack, but I want to go get water. That's the one thing I hate about Sorks is you never know what tripods they're all gonna take. Cause like sometimes they take the tripod that electrocutes you on the ball. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they take the tripod that makes the magma wave come back twice or come back. Sometimes they don't. Like it makes it so annoying to like fighting Sorks because you have like different different builds, like different tripods that really change the way things work. Yeah. Bruh. Deathblades, I think Deathblades probably have like the fastest awakening. Like that it executes. At least that's what it feels like every time I fight one. I just feel like they have like an awakening that when they push it, it just goes off. Which sucks. Because I feel like every other awakening, like, for the most part, every other awakening, I feel like requires a, like, stun, at least, to, like, pull off on a target. But I feel like Deathblades, it's like as long as you have a knockdown, you can pull it off usually. I'm fucked here. Or not. Or not. I mean, any slight like sneeze from any of these players fucking wrecks me. Fuck. I was trying to jump in to like knock her down. Ah. Yeah, I didn't do much damage there. It's hard for me. Like ranged heavy comps are still like my main weakness playing against. I just get caught in a lot of stuff. You know, I participated a lot, but I definitely should have been able to deal more damage. But it's one of the main weaknesses. I don't know if it's like I feel like it's main weakness of Scrapper. It could have just also just be I'm just not very good at like baiting them out too much. Because like the point is, the reason I say it's a main weakness is because there's only the cooldowns are so short in this game that you can, if you have two range classes, they start like early on at lower levels. You can get them to overlap a lot, or even at the beginning of a match, you can get a lot of overlap with AoEs between two range classes that you're facing. But eventually, like they start getting better and realizing, and then they'll kind of just start staggering, either due to like just knowing to do it, or it's just because cooldowns, you know, don't line up, so they can't just start double dropping AoEs and stuff on the same spot. So it becomes really hard to start baiting out abilities, because you bait on ability from one person and then you have to bait on ability from a second person, and by the time you go back to the other person, the first person's cooldowns are done. So Shadowhunter, Sork, me versus Sork, Deathblade. I think this is it's the same guys I teamed up with last time. The double Deathblade with one Sork. I'm gonna try to go after the Sork. Depends on how well the Deathblades defend the Sork. Even I think. Oh no, I think this isn't. Yeah, no, this is just a completely new team. They pimped out in gold over here though. I still have a like a Lawbringer armor set that I'm just not using. I need to put that on something. On something female, because I don't like the male stuff. Oh, nice. This Sork's, yeah, our Sork's pretty good. Did they? They had to have killed my teammates. There's no other way that all three of them could have collapsed on me like that unless my teammates were dead. See, this is why I wish like the reduced health bar stuff was in PvP. Cause like there's too much clutter on the screen in the PvP stuff. So then you remove it, but then it like kind of makes you miss out on vital information like the HP on your teammates and stuff like that. Okay, game? Could you fuck off with giving fucking favoritism to Sorks? Like, I'm tired of getting sucked into the abilities. Like, that's the third time. Like, I've gotten sucked backwards into an ability that I was literally walking out of. Like, bruh. Like, for fuck's sakes. That's the one that tilts me more than any sort of, like, comps that I could run into, is when the game just, like, pulls you back into shit that you definitely weren't in. Like, she just got free damage on a fucking meteor from a reverse gravity that she shouldn't have hit me with. That's so annoying. Bro, can I land this stun today in this match? Fuck's sake, dude. I shouldn't have died there. I fucked that up. Alright, we were able to pull it back. I fucked up there at the end. That last death on me, like, I shouldn't have died there. I could have played that better. That was all me. That was all on me. But yeah, as you can see, like, even though, like, Deathblade is, like, a weakness I have, like, we had the same exact team comp. And we faced a Sork and two melee classes. And I did so much better. Because, like, two range classes, like, I think it might, like, I don't know if it's me personally or maybe just the class. I feel like I feel like it's a main weakness for Scrapper. I feel like when you get, I think at least for the build skill set that you generally end up taking, it's you have next to no range. And unfortunately, again, since they don't allow you to swap presets in a match, you know, at the beginning part of things, which I think is stupid, you can't have like a ranged ability version to like use on ranged heavy comps. Which gives you a little bit of range. It's not like super rangy, right? Like, it's not very much, but it lets you like hit things from outside of their AoEs and stuff that normally you wouldn't be able to hit with a regular build. But unfortunately, again, you know, little systems that I feel that Lost Ark PvP could really like help them with stuff and add another like level of depth to the game. Berserker, Sorceress, Sharpshooter. Oh yeah, the Sork's from my server. Paladin, me, and a Berserker. Oh, this could be interesting. I'm just gonna go chase this orc. Recently, it's I think that's my Paladin bro from earlier. I think he's the guy who I played with earlier, and he's pretty good. He's a pretty good Berserker. Not my Paladin bro, my Berserker bro. Yeah, Abusement. That's my Berserker bro from earlier. We played together. I loved you, man. Why he's playing that tripod arrow? Oh, I forget we don't have a sword in this one. Bro, that darkness arrow is so fucking annoying. Like, look at that. He can keep it up basically indefinitely. That's, again, diminishing returns. Okay. He's taking a weird tripod though. Like, he's fully going on like just all I guess you could call it support sharpshooter. Yeah, I'd call it support sharpshooter. But the fact that he can basically keep that blind, like, I'm pretty sure that blind, the duration of the blind is the duration of the cooldown for the ability. Because he can literally keep it up at all times, and that's a bit too fucking strong. Granted, he's also like comboing it with more also a homing stun? Really, Smoggy? Like, again, these are things that, again, in PvE they don't matter, but in PvP it's a huge issue to have a homing stun at any range. Like, even if you're like, oh, but it's so short range, it's like, it doesn't matter. It leaves no outplay, which is what PvP is all about. Especially when you consider how strong Sharpshooter's kit is already for PvP. At least for solo queue. Oh, I didn't get anybody with it. That was a good earthquake. Again, sucked back much? You know, I was over here, all of a sudden I got sucked back in here. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, and it happens most consistently with Sorks. You can just watch my character get rubber banded into their abilities. Because what happened there is I got rubber banded into the hit stun of the first, like, frost wave. That's what happened there. So it staggered me, but then it dragged me all the way back, which basically would have been a free kill because I was really low health. But you need to fucking polish that shit up. And I'm looking at my ping. I have 47 MS. Like, and it's not fluctuating at all. Like, 47 MS isn't immaculate, but it's not enough that to have that much of a rubber banding on abilities. It's only with Sorks that I have this issue with. At least, like, it's only super noticeable with Sorks. Sorks, I think, are the only class that I face in PvP that you can literally visibly see my character get brought back, like, a couple meters into their abilities. And it's so frustrating. Because it's just free damage for Sorks. Either make the ability bigger, like, effect bigger, or just, I don't know, tighten shit up. Like, come on now. This is your game. Have some pride in it. It might just be me. It might just be like me harping on specific things, but I feel like you're gonna put something out there with that, how good of a quality this is, like little things like that stand out super hard when you have as good of a quality of a game. Zerk, Sork, Deathblade versus me, Glaver, Ward. Oh, this is gonna be tough because they have all the super armor in the world on 2 melee characters. And then they have a hit stun master with 2 of them also versus an all martial artists group. This is a pretty hard fight for us. Just objectively speaking, from a class to class thing. I'm not talking about like skill wise. I mean like from one class to the next, 6 equally skilled players, the other team has a advantage. And a pretty strong one at that. God, I always fall for that stupid dash of theirs. Fuck. Mountain crashes so fast. See, I think there shows, again, the annoyance of fighting multiple sorceresses is like, some of them run shit that others don't. Oh, I fucking fucked her. I got caught in that. What? How are you not dead, sir? Oh, he came like roided out. Yeah, I knew I was dead there. He was in berserk mode. I'm about to even it back up. Oh god, fuck that ability, dude. Oh, you got lucky by millimeters. Lucky by the millimeters. Don't care. But that Zerk saved her. If that Zerk hadn't sword stormed there, I probably would have killed her. I think Mountain Crash has a little bit of sucking. I think that's just how the ability works, period. Fuck. I couldn't do that magma wave. Couldn't see the magma wave. Probably could have gotten another kill there at the end, but it's alright. We did pretty good that match, I feel. For being what I feel objectively as a class disadvantage, because they definitely had a lot of answers, I think we did really well there. Granted, the damage, you know, the Sork Sorry. Like, we kind of bullied the Sork a little bit. But you can see here with the damage with the two melees, like, yeah, like they just Berserkers and like Deathblades just go toe to toe with martial artists, and generally sorry about that. I apologize. I'm trying not to cough, but I guess it's like allergies or something. I don't know. I've been feeling kind of like my throat kind of like closes up every once in a while. It's kind of catches me off guard, so I end up coughing. On a 1-to-1, like Berserkers and Deathblades as a class objectively have an advantage over a lot of, like, the martial artist classes. I think Glaver not so much, just because they have a lot of stuff, but definitely against I want to say against the melee martial artists, I should kind of define, because Soul Fist, I feel like they're martial artists, but they're kind of in a category of themselves, because especially in PvP they're so ranged more often than not, and even when they're like melee, they have so much range on their melee abilities. Oh, cool. I get to fight the Shadowhunter Sork that I was... Oh my god. This is going to be rough. Because that Shadowhunter and that Sork are really good. And now they have a Bard. And I have 2 Sorks. As a whole, again, objectively speaking, they're... Like, I know the skill level of the Shadowhunter and the Sork on their team. And having a Bard on top of that is going to make them, like, destructive. So, I think I'm going to have to try to shut down the Sork and ignore the Bard. Well, it depends on how we go. Maybe I'll have to go on the Bard. The Bard will be hard for me to go on, though. Especially with the Shadowhunter. Especially with that Shadowhunter, because she's really good. And I have a... Okay, I have a Sork that's not moving. Oh my god. Thread the needle between the AoE. Ooh, that's a good electrocution though. Oh shit, I walked into that. Well. That's right, we have 2 Sorks on our team. I forgot about that. I thought that was her magma wave. Ooh, good stun, good stun. I thought I was waiting for my dragons out of it. I should have just charging blood. Yeah, this is gonna be hard. I need to kill their Sork. Fuck. I thought I could get all of that off before. Ooh, that was a good stun. Good stun, good stun. Oh, should I dodge into it? Damn it. That was a good crow cutter. The Bard ult really saved her there. I thought I had weaved that better. Oh, good catch, good catch. Good catches in there. That was a good match. I couldn't even talk. I was so like focused, because I knew how good those other two were. I was just trying to do the best I could do to kind of like keep the Sork from doing anything. It was basically like even then she still got a lot of damage off, but as you can see she didn't get any. I was able to keep her from getting kills, so a lot of the kills went to the Shadow Hunter. But basically what I tried to do was I tried to just interrupt whatever these two were trying to do and then just try to give my Sorks some space to work with, because there's no other way, because I knew how good those two were together. So because they're duos, they're running together, so they're good and they're good players. So, and the only like question mark was the Bard, but the Bard was pretty good too, so I kind of just had to run around and try to like just take angles to try to like hit them with. Luckily it worked out, because the Sorks I got with, they were pretty good too. So that was nice. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to see if there's any new Monster Hunter Sunbreak weapon videos. Because they like to put them out in batches, and they did a Sword and Shield one, and it looked interesting because for Sunbreak they're bringing back whatchamacallit? They're bringing back the oils. If you've played Monster Hunter Generations, they had oils for Sword and Shield in the game, which depending on what oil you put on, gave you different effects. So like for instance, there was the Destroyer oil, or I think that's what it's, Destruction oil, whatever. Like there was an oil for breaking parts. There was a Mind's Eye oil, so that way you didn't have to take Mind's Eye on your build. You could just take a Mind's Eye oil, so you won't get deflected. I'm thinking there was one that gave you increased status ailment application, and I think there was another that just straight up gave you damage, a damage bonus. So I find it really interesting that they're bringing those back as Silkbind moves, because the kind of sucky part about them in Generations was you could only bring 5 weapon oils at a time, and then like you couldn't restock. So if you're running solo, except for like I think like the you only really ran like the Mind's Eye oil. Like you could kind of run the Destruction one depending on what you were fighting, but for the most part you just ran the Mind's Eye one, and then you just hope that you killed it before you ran out of Mind's Eye stuff, because there is a limited duration on them. So it's cool to see them bring that back as like a Silkbind, because I feel like that was a really cool system to bring in. I'm not sure what they did for the Lance and stuff. Anyway, we got like at least like 2 or 3 more matches. Maybe after like when we get closer to the end, which is maybe after like another 2 or 3 matches, I'll go see if any of the weapons I'm interested in to see. We can look at the sword. Well, nah, I already looked at Sword and Shield one. I don't care about it. Though it does have Seregios armor. I'm thinking that's the armor the Sword and Shield video is wearing. Is a Seregios armor, and that shit looks crisp. All right, Glaver, me, Gunslinger versus a Deadeye Sword Striker. Interesting. We'll see. They have more like hit stun than we do, but we'll see. I think objectively I'd say it's pretty even, because I don't think the Glaver is as subjected to hit stun as like martial artists as Scrapper and War Dancer and Striker are. And then we also have a Gunslinger, so I think it should be a pretty even matchup. Gotcha. Welcome to the pain. Almost got frozen in that. Got frozen in that one. Good bait, good bait. I need to get out of here just to... Actually, never mind. My Glaver, like, has that handled. Move, 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 move. I'm just getting like manhandled in here because hit stuns. The Glaver is good though. Bruh. I'm so fucked. Not quite. I live, bitch. I'm dead, bitch. Yep. Yep. A lot of hits done. My worst nightmare. Keeps me up at night. What? Oh, I think it has like... That was not the button I wanted to push. I wanted to push my way, man. Excuse me? Glaver's really good. That Glaver's carrying this fight. At least that's how I feel. Like every time I see them, they're fucking just pumping. They're catching people. They're fucking floating them. They're doing everything they can. Whoop. Okay. You sucking bitch. Pretty sure there was some sucky sucks in there. Pretty sure there was some sucky suck shenanigans. Yeah. When everybody has a hard CC that's easier to land than you, it makes you cry at night. Keeps you up. It makes you soak your pillow in tears. Like, don't get me wrong. You can counter the Phoenix Advent, but it's, to be honest, it's 90% luck more than anything else. You just happen to hit them with a knockdown from where they're jumping. Because it's so fast of a move, but... Also, I think Phoenix Advent... Does Phoenix Advent have... Riv, are you in chat still? Are you watching? Yes? No? Maybe? I'll take that as a no. I'm trying to remember if... Actually, what am I doing? I can just fucking check Maxroll. I'm dumb. So I'm curious if Striker can put... Actually, no, never mind. I can't check Maxroll for that. I'm just curious if... God, these cops are catching me off guard. I was just curious to see if Phoenix Advent has paralysis immunity or not. Zerk, me, Scrapper, Shadowhunter, Soulfist, Sork. Curse you, Soulfist. Curse you. It'd be a good fight though, regardless. Except for the, actually, never mind. They outrange us. They have the Shadow Hunter. It's basically like fighting a ranged comp. Ooh, good catch by the sword. Fuck. Fucking Magma Wave. Magma Wave should just be a knockdown. It shouldn't be like a pickup. Fuck, I'm so fucked. Oh, come. Alright, alright. Marsh. Reset. Marsh. Reset. Get the fuck out of here. Just reset. Fuck. What was I trying to do? Trying to compete with a fucking Shadow Hunter of all things. Cause that's the annoying part of how much range they have. Like, he fucked up the engage, but they can just turn around and throw blades, and I can't do anything because I have. Yeah, they outrange us by quite a lot. Bruh, go cutter. Seriously. Sork, why would you run up like that? That's not gonna hit anybody. Unfortunate. I was trying to keep them from. I was hoping they would like try to re-engage on me, and like just jump into the. Oh nope 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 nope. I done fucked up AA wrong. Oh, that's a good catch on there, right? On the awakening for our sword, though. This sword is doing work. The electrocution. See, like this is what gets annoying. Like, also, I take it back. It seems Sork do have a cheese combo they can do. Fuck. I was trying to hit her before the magma wave went out, and unfortunately, magma wave is almost instantaneous. Wow. My stuff doesn't do anything until it actually, like, you have to actually finish the downward swing on the fist to actually knock someone down. I don't know, like, again, the interactions are weird, in my opinion. This is what it is. Just gotta get used to it and play around it. Dealt some good damage, though. For what basically, for all things considered, is a pretty rough comp to play into as a scrapper, in my opinion. I think I'm gonna swap early today. Cause I think I'm PvP'd out. We got up to the rank 90, so we're almost in the 3 to 5% bracket. But we'll see how we get in there. We broke in the top 100 though. That's actually, I think that's the highest I've ranked. Yeah, we're here. 12,000 points. That's pretty good. How many coins do we have saved up? We're at 17,000. We were at 15,000, if I'm mistaken. So with tomorrow, if we get the same amount of coins, which, you know, it'll fluctuate depending on wins and losses. I think we should be able to get pretty close to 24,000 coins for the reset, which will be nice. I have 100 currently. This is kind of like where we're at. I'm gonna take a picture of this to tweet out later. This is my current season with unranked. I'm at 167 matches. I've won 88 and I've lost 79. I think that's pretty good. My win rate is 52.7%. Actually, this is what I should take a picture of, because this just double repeats itself, right? Take a snip of this. So I've killed 343 people on average. Now my kills are 2 per match, and we can actually have a pretty even though I don't have a picture from when I first started, I can show you where like my skill used to be and with the ranked stuff. But basically now I've been able to keep at least 1 kill per death on my stuff, which is basically just breaking even, which is fine by me. And usually apparently I can on average get 2 kills per match, and I have a 343 kill count currently. I've reached ace 21 times, which is about 12.6%. That I really don't care too much, because that's just battlefield score and shenanigans, and we all know how I feel about battlefield score. But if you want to compare kills per match and kills per death, granted obviously it's going to be biased because of the amount, in competitive, this is where I started. I on averaged 1.6 per match, and 0.6 per death. Like, I died a lot. So this is kind of where I was when I first started this whole trek, and this is where I am now. I think that's a pretty good, how should I say this? Pretty good improvement, I feel, over how I was before. I definitely think I can now visibly see myself improving. I will say, before the first 100 matches, I just couldn't tell what was going on. I feel like I was just running in circles, and then I think eventually, like between sleep, playing other games, doing other stuff, kind of like mentality slowly shifting back into PvP form, because you guys wouldn't know because I've only been streaming since Lost Ark came out, and depending on how long my friends have known me, for the most part, they wouldn't know either too much. But I used to PvP a lot. PvP was kind of all I did. Like, I didn't really do a lot of raiding. I did a lot of PvP. That was kind of my bread and butter. But now, but I lost it because I kind of got tired of PvPing. Probably 10 or so years ago. So I started PvEing more and just raiding more. And then now, like, Lost Ark's done something. It's kind of like reignited a passion of mine. And so like it's kind of brought out the drive to try to be a PvP warlord again. Again, like, even back in my prime, I wouldn't say I was very, very good. You know, I was usually mostly, well, I wouldn't say I was like super amazing, specifically because I wouldn't put the time in, right? Like, I would PvP when I would PvP, and I'd PvP hours at a time, but like I still wouldn't put as much time as like the better players would to actually improve to get to their level. I feel like if I had, I could have reached their level. So, and that's not like I don't feel like that's like a brag or anything. I feel like objectively, if I had put in the time, like just from seeing my improvement rate on these unranked, just doing unranked back to back to back, I really think that if I put more time when I was younger, I probably could have reached some, like, obviously I'm not talking like professional, I mean like within the like queuing environment in game. I think I could have gotten pretty high up, because usually I would be at like high gold, like low platinum was like usually the highest I would get to. But a lot of times I'd also just get bored and I'd go play something else. So I think it's pretty good. I think you know, I'm really enjoying the process right now. I like facing other players. I will say though, sometimes, you know, when you get sucked into things that, you know, like, you know, when your character is like standing here and then an ability lands here and then all of a sudden your character gets sucked back into it, like, it gets a little aggravating, because It gets aggravating to me because I'm playing the best I can play, and I know they're playing the best they can play, but when like it's not even, you're not getting like outmatched, it's just the system's like getting kind of wonky with like pulling you into stuff. It gets a little frustrating. I'm gonna check real quick the Monster Hunter YouTube, because if they have the Lance weapon video out, we're gonna watch it on stream, because I'm waiting for that one. But we will see. Because yesterday they did switch axe. Oh no, they didn't add any more. Kind of annoying. I hate when they do this. Like, just if you're gonna put weapon like promo videos, just put all of them out. Like, I hate when they like split them up arbitrarily like that. Anyway, so all right, we did a guild login on this character, so we have about 25 minutes, I would say, because Fort Pay is pretty close to Annika, so we have plenty of time to get all. We should be able to at least get 1 or 2 characters done in the allotted time. Basically, I'll start with the Chaos Dungeon and then do the Chaos Dungeon sweep, and then after the Chaos Dungeon sweep, I will do the Una Dailies, and then I'll also like try to quickly go through, you know, the stuff I get from Chaos Dungeons to like dismantle and stuff like that. Alright, can we get any good stones from Chaos Dungeons? Though that's the real question. But fuck, am I excited for Destroyer, dude. Oh my god. I'm so stoked. I'm so stoked. It'll be so fun. Also, I will even objectively, like, you know, putting aside like class bias, while I wouldn't say the trailer is like the greatest trailer I've ever seen, I can say that compared to the trailers they were putting out before for Lost Ark, the last 2 trailers they put out are 1,000 times better. Like, they're just so much better in quality and like an actual showing stuff. You know, they were a little too fast on the skin showing of the 2 colors, because you barely got to see the actual like armor, how it looks like in the other color, the second one they show with the dark blue and whatever. But I definitely want the armor. That armor is so fucking cool. But again, I'm curious. I guess we'll find out tomorrow, because we should get patch notes tomorrow. If we get patch notes like at any time before stream, we'll have to see, because they might send my old man back home tomorrow. I'm kind of hoping they send him home tomorrow, just because, you know, having him home would be nice after the surgery, and then also just for my schedule, it'll line up better, because I don't mind, like, I'll just play something that I can pause whenever I need to for the first 2 hours. But tomorrow, if there's any patch notes that come out, like, I probably won't stop what I'm doing, like the game I'm playing, the variety game I play early on, but I'll probably go over it before like I actually start PvPing, so we might not get as much PvP in tomorrow. Or I'll do it at the beginning of... No, I'll probably do it. I'll just do it before Lost Ark. So if we get any patch notes, and if there's... we'll do a quick glance over it. I don't know if there'll be anything really new. The only things I'm looking for is what event is going to replace the Guardian Raid event, and then what if they change their minds about the power passes, which I doubt they will, because I feel like they would have said something at this point with how much backlash they got at when they initially said that, you know, when they initially had Rox tell us on the forums that they weren't planning to give us another power pass for Destroyer, and even though it wasn't very effectively communicated, so kind of just see what they'll do with it. But I don't know, that's kind of what I'm looking for the most from the patch notes, is to see if any of that's changed. If it hasn't changed, well, basically the Guardian Raid event is like, we'll just have to see what comes from that. because like again, they haven't said anything, so I find that kind of weird and possibly a little worrying that they haven't even announced what could potentially be coming to replace the Guardian Raid event. So that's definitely going to be my number one focus. My number two focus is to see if there's any, if they talk at all about the honing research buff. Because there is another honing research buff that we can get in our strongholds. But they haven't specified whether or not we'll actually get that with Vulcan. So that's kind of another thing I'll look out for. I think for the most part, we kind of already know what's going to be coming on the patch notes. So I don't think there'll be too much different. Again, really all there is to see is if there's a new event, what the new event is. If there's any change on the power pass stance, what they'll give us. To be honest, I'd be happy with even a Yorn power pass. I just don't want to have to do Chaos Engine for armor, is my big thing. I'm hoping either they give us some form of tier 2 power pass, or, you know, people wake up early enough that they get a destroyer to tier 2 to give me gear that I can buy off the auction house, so I don't have to spend a Chaos Dungeon entry or two on it. So we'll see how it pans out. Granted, I mean, I'll also check to see if maybe they put it out today, because I don't know, maybe they'll put it out a day early. Doubtful, but I'll double check before, like, I'll double check between characters to see if anything pops up. If they did add, like, if they did release it like now or something, I'll go over it at the end of stream, like after the Adventure Island. If they didn't add anything, or they put it out, if they put it out like after stream, I'll probably make a video on it, even though chances are nobody will probably watch it, but I'll still probably do it anyway. If there's anything noteworthy on it. If there's nothing really noteworthy on it, I might just tweet, like, hey, patch notes are out, we kind of already, you know, kind of just says the stuff we know. So, but yeah, that's kind of just my thoughts on that. But I'm kind of expecting that we're not going to get patch notes until tomorrow. It seems that even for the updates, they don't want to give like actual patch notes like ahead of time, which I find a little weird. I think most major MMOs give a patch note like a major patch note, like if it's like, you know, a major update like a 6.0 or 6.1, a 6.2, 6.5 for Final Fantasy, or even World of Warcraft. I think usually like we kind of know the nitty-gritty of what's on the patch notes. I do find it interesting because this isn't like a stance for like the Western version that they're having, like, oh, they don't care about us or anything like that. It's just how they do things apparently in Korea, is they don't say anything until the patch goes live, and they're just like, oh, here's the patch notes. And it's like, I don't think it's any malicious intent either. I think it's just, they just, I guess, don't prioritize it all that much. I'm not sure. I can't really say. We'll see though. Like I said, I'll check between character swaps. Don't have much high hopes on it, but we'll see. I have about as much hope for early patch notes as I do for them to change their minds on the power pass. If they do change their mind on the power pass, though, that express mission is getting saved for whatever is coming in June. And if it ends up like they go, we're not gonna get a new class in June, but we'll get like 2 in July or something. Because that's my other thing, right? Is that like if you're not gonna give a power pass for every class, and you're gonna release like 2, like 1 a month, like just release them together. Like that way, you know, players know upfront, hey, you have a choice. Like, you know. Like, I feel like if they had released Glaver and Destroyer next to each other and they gave an Express Mission and a Power Pass, people would have, like, subconsciously realized that we're only getting 1 Power Pass for the 2 classes. So, I feel like that's a fair trade-off, in my opinion, is like, if you're gonna do that, just release, like, if you're gonna release 1 Power Pass, like, when you release that 1 Power Pass, release all the classes that you're gonna release under that 1 Power Pass at the same time, in my opinion. Now, I don't know logistically how that would work out, but I definitely can tell you that from a community standpoint, like people would be happier with that than going like, we're gonna give you a power pass now that you now have to sit there and resist temptation for like an extra month or two to use, because we're not gonna give you another one for the whatever class we release next month. So that's kind of my look on it, and I'm just saying that for everybody else. Granted, of course, obviously, I am of the opinion that we should always get a power pass with a new class. Period. Like, I think in terms of the way power passes work out, it should be it should be measured in quantity, not time, right? Like, if other regions got X amount of power passes with classes, we should get X amount of power passes with classes. Even if they're quote-unquote too close together. But then again, you know, this is their game, so kind of just have to deal with it. At least now we'll know if they don't, you know, whatever they do, we'll know in the future. They have promised to be more communicative. I will say I am starting to get tired of them like having to realize they have to be clearer on certain things. Like, oh shit, today is my Deadeye's lucky day, baby. I feel like most people would have been like, yeah, they kind of should know ahead of time. Like, we should kind of be pretty clear on whether or not there's going to be a power pass for every class. Like, I feel like that should have been relatively obvious. Again, they did have a lot of stuff going on, right? You know, I'm pretty sure internally they knew about Gold River stepping down well before we did. From what I understand, they had like COVID issues in the office. You know, they had Elgacia and the class balances. They probably, like, you know, since internally they probably knew that Gold River was stepping down, probably after Elgacia. I wouldn't be surprised if like they knew that. They probably wanted to spend some extra focus on Elgacia to kind of like make sure everything is spit and polish and good to go, or at least the content, stuff like that. So it probably caused some like oversight on the communication side of things, which we've seen more than once. But they're getting better slowly. I just hope that they continue this trend of getting better and they don't just like go, well, players, like, you know, they've said that we have good communication, like we're doing good on communication improvement, and then they just call it good there. No, they still need some work. It's not the worst, right? Like, at least we're getting communication. Like, there's MMOs out there that it's like pulling teeth to try to get communications from the development team. So it's kind of like, you know, it just is what it is. But they definitely can be better, and I hope they will be better. Not just for us, like, but for all regions, like for Korea, for, you know, our version and stuff like that. Because like, I hope a lot of improvements that we kind of like push for in our region, I hope it kind of like makes its way over to the other regions, just so that, you know, because I feel like not everything players ask for in the Western region is like very good, in my opinion. Like, there's definitely some stuff I've seen where I'm like, what the fuck are you smoking? Like, you need to drink some water, go out, touch some grass, do something else, like, you know. But there are some good stuff. Like, I do hope the Korean players, even though they probably don't care too much about it, as much as like we would, I still kind of hope that they get the changes to like the pet stuff that we got, where like they don't have to gacha for their they don't have to gacha for the stats, and then they don't have to gacha for the amount of stats they gain, right? Because like, so for our version, we can, on our pets, we can freely choose what stat we get, right? Like, I can freely swap between specialization to crit to swiftness, whatever. There's no guessing, there's no questions. I want this specific secondary stat, so I go get that boost, and the game gives it to me, and then it gives it to me at the same value for each. I always get plus 10%. In Korea, it doesn't work like that. In Korea, you have to randomly roll for the pet ability. Not to mention, it's also free in our version, which it's not free in the other regions. But they have to roll for it randomly, and then it also has a random value that it'll give you. So you have like a minimum and a maximum on it. So I personally do hope the other regions get the change that we have to our pets, because I think it's a pretty consumer-friendly change. And then it also lets them sneak in some other shit along the way, right? Like, because I mean, they've done consumer-friendly changes, right? So we don't know this because, as a player base, for the most part, if you haven't paid attention or you didn't play in other regions before they made the change, The boxes that you can buy at the end of raid, I think he's like right here. The boxes you can buy at the end of raid with gold now in our version that you've been able to do from day one, were only purchasable with, I'm mistaken, it was blue crystals in all the other regions. Bro, do you know how much of a nightmare it would be to have to buy those boxes with blue crystals? Like, oh my god. And then on top of that, I think like the raids also didn't give gold, like a guaranteed gold for the most part. Or if they did, it was very little, something like that. Even though now they give gold, like that change was like, that wasn't just an our region change. That was just a core change they did to the game. So they were willing to do that. I feel like they'd probably be pretty willing to give other you dirty pirate butt much. Why do people do this? Like, why do you? Oh, I should just go down here then. I should just go straight across. This might be a better leg to grab, because most people probably don't go down that far because they see that first leg. So I think they probably, I imagine they probably wouldn't be too against bringing those other changes to the other regions. Who knows? Maybe it'll help out some of them, because I think I've heard Japan's is pretty low pop, but Japan also has this issue where apparently like the people they left in charge of it at the beginning almost dumpstered the game like day one, and then Smilegate had to come in and basically fix shit. And then Russia, you know, a lot of the Russian player base was a lot of people from EU and NA who wanted to play Lost Ark, but you know, it was easier to VPN into Russia because you generally didn't get banned in comparison to setting one up for Korea. So I feel that that they lost a lot of players when the Western region launched. So, but on that side, I don't know if like any changes would help them. I don't feel like MMOs are overly popular in like Russia in and of itself. I think in the like Eastern European countries, MMOs are pretty popular. But I think MMOs are still a Western European country like niche. Like that's where you get most of your players from Europe. Is from Western Europe. But because I see a lot of like FPS players and like MOBA players from like East Europe, like, you know, like the Eastern European countries, that are like really high level and they spend a lot of time playing it. But usually when you look at like MMOs in general, it's either like Asians in the form of like Japanese, Chinese, Korean for the most part, as you see. And I think there's been some Vietnamese guilds in some games here and there that are really good too. To generally Western stuff. So like, you know, Europe, France, Spain, England. That's not what I wanted to push. That's not what I wanted to push at all. Nope. Nope, I don't care. I'm just gonna waste the entrance. I forgot that I forgot to change it back because I had to do an infinite chaos engine run yesterday to even out my stuff. I don't care. I don't care. I don't feel like wasting a fucking. It's gonna be a waste anyway because I don't need tier 2 mats. Bad enough for that. And I can't move the and I can't move shards over, so that would have been a waste regardless. So better to just hop back out and just push through on and just miss out on one than to like waste my time. But yeah, so I don't know, I'd like to see all the regions do really well. Of course I'd like to see the Western region do well, and then the Korean region, obviously I want it to do well, because as long as the Korean and the Western regions are doing well, we'll have this game here for a long time. And that's not, and I don't know if I'll play it like completely, like super duper like consistently, right? Because MMOs are kind of hard, in my opinion, to like. It's pretty rare the type of person that can play an MMO like for long periods of time. So, and generally, like I used to be able to, but I'll probably be like, you know, it'll probably be like ebbs and flows, like normal, right? So like when a game comes out that I really want to play, like Monster Hunter Rise, Sunbreak, I'll probably be pretty reserved on playing it, especially like on stream and stuff, because I'll definitely want to be spending most of my time on like Sunbreak and stuff like that to do all that grinding. But for the most part, I think I'll still probably be playing it at least like 1 or 2 characters and making sure that they're up to snuff on the side kind of deal. I don't think I'll completely stop streaming Lost Ark. I think what I'll probably do is I'll probably do like when Sunbreak first comes out, I'll probably do like whatchamacallit, like maybe 2 days of Lost Ark and then like 3 days of Monster Hunter kind of thing. Plus I'm fucking up because like I can't think right now. My brain's just like shutting off. That kind of thing. So, oh, hold up, I got a text message I need to read. All right. So it's just like, so I think I'll probably like transition to, I'll still do both, right? Like I think what I'll probably do is I'll probably do like Monday, Wednesday as my Lost Ark days, or not Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday as the Lost Ark days, because those are the resets, and then do whatchamacallit, do Monster Hunter on like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, since those are, you know, because those are kind of usually the more chill days, which means I'll probably like be pulling back on PvP a bit, depending on like how active I am and how, like, you know, how my ranked climb goes, that kind of stuff. But if anything, I'll probably just stick to doing my PvP on the weekends during fever time, stuff like that. So, but you know, that's kind of my tentative plan at the moment. And then I'll probably be like playing it with friends, like, on stream for Monster Hunter, because I have a pretty sizable group of friends that we all play like Monster Hunter together. So, well, sizable quotation marks. There's like 5 of us, 6 of us, something like that. I don't remember the exact number. Plus any extras we tag along. I have a friend of mine who she plays Monster Hunter Rise, but she has it on the Switch and she didn't get on the PC version, and unfortunately she missed out on the sale. So I'm waiting to see if she gets it if she swaps over to PC, because if she does, then I offer to carry her through all the stuff to get her caught up, so that way she'll be ready for Sunbreak day 1. So we'll see how that goes. There's more people to play with. It's always nice. Like, more people that you like to play with is also very nice. So it's kind of just how it is. So those are kind of just my tentative plans for like the next month or so, depending on like what the roadmap entails. Because I find it hard to believe that they're gonna release Vieques like immediately after Volton. Like I don't know, like they'd probably only be able to do it if they gave us the honing rate buffs, honestly. Like the tier 3 ones, like the passive ones, like not like the research, like I'm talking like the flat, like just here's honing buffs kind of thing. I think they'd have to give us that in order to do Volton and Vieques back to back, 1 month after the other. I think what's probably going to happen, the most likely scenario, is they're probably going to have like a month break in between, where I have to do another Infinite Chaos Dungeon run. I'll do it tomorrow. Fuck it. I don't need to do it today. What'll probably happen is I'll probably put a break in between those two. I still don't think we'll get Belshazzar like before fall or winter, personally. Cause like Belshazzar is a very, very steep increase in difficulty and number of mechanics you have to deal with, like stuff that you usually don't deal with. Like it's a very sharp increase that I think even experience wise, like players won't be ready for. Alright, from here I'm gonna turn this in, and then we're gonna go to Enica from here so that we can be ready for Forpay. Just so I don't miss it. But yeah, so I think there's probably gonna be a pretty sizable break between at least Kakul Sedan and Belshazzar. Just to give players time to, like, you know, get stuff set up and all that kind of jazz. I also think that it would be the smartest thing to do, especially is like give us a big bulk of classes first, so that way people have time to get them leveled up and stuff before Belshazzar comes out. Because like that's definitely going to be rough to kind of like re-roll, especially if you want to main something and it's still not out and Belshazzar's out. Bro, I'd lose my absolute shit if Destroyer wasn't out and Belshazzar was out, because like you have to keep pushing. Like you have to keep pushing. Like there's no you have to at the very least push high enough to be able to do Volton and Viekus normal, if not to do Volton hard mode, Viekus normal, and then maybe like Kako Seidon, because it's like it's just you miss out on too much, right? Like if you're someone who's like who's like who wants to be like super hard, like bleeding edge on that character as soon as they release, like you're gonna be missing out on too much. You're gonna be missing out on gold, on resources, stuff like that, and then you're gonna have to be pushing your characters, because the best way to prep for a new class is to have have characters already built, farming and like doing stuff, so that way when it comes out you have stuff like skill potions, you have the runes you need, you have, you know, a good source of gold and silver, like that kind of stuff. That's not the kind of stuff a catch-up mechanic can, like catch-up systems can really like compensate for, right? So I really do think that they kind of need to, they should probably prioritize like at least the classes that we know of, right? Like the 5 classes we know of, again, which is Reaper, Summoner, Scouter, Arcana, and Artist. I think those 5 should for sure be out before Belshazzar drops, with enough time for people to at least get them to Volton Viekus before Belshazzar drops. Because it's hard to switch mains. I would say it's hard to switch mains now. Like, to be honest, if you're in 1400 plus, like 1400, 1415, 1430, 1445, etc., you cannot swap mains really easily right now, even if it's on a class that's already been in, right? Like, I would probably have to dump all of my resources, or well, probably like half of my resources into Glaver to get it to 1370 and then to 1400, if not all of my resources. So I think that's what a lot of people who kind of go, hey, you guys asked for faster class releases. It's like, yes, because we're being constantly told that once you start doing relic sets, it's hard to swap mains, like, or at least the time to swap, like the time it takes you to swap a main is so much longer. And you know, and a lot of people could be like, oh well, a lot of these people haven't played these classes, so they don't even know if they'll stick with that class, blah blah blah, etc etc. That's not your problem, right? That's the player's problem. The developer, I don't think should like enforce what they think on it, right? Like, you know, I think they should just put the classes out there, let players decide whether or not they want to main it, and go through the struggles of swapping mains and stuff like that by themselves on their own like accord. And then once that's done, then just get it rolling, right? Like, that's just how I think it should be. It should be a player decision whether or not they want to go through that struggle. I don't really think it's on the developer side for that, to be honest. Like, I think like they just need to put out the classes and let the player for themselves decide if they want to swap, because it's still going to be hard to swap. It's not going to be easy. Like, unless you, like, if you've been pushing, like, multiple characters, so, like, I'm pretty sure I could, at the very least, get my Scrapper to probably 1415, if not 1430, with everything she has saved up. I'm not on my Scrapper right now. But, like, if I do that, I wouldn't be able to swap to the Destroyer like ASAP like I want to. So also, is today? Yes, it is Field Boss Day, so I need to do Mulk after stream. But yeah, so it's not easy, like even now, because even with the research buffs, like the time to swap mains, if you wanted to swap mains, was when we had both Naruni Racing and the Guardian Raid event up at the same time. Losing one of those like really kind of slowed down the ability to swap mains quite a bit, especially because Naruni Racing was the one that had more shard pouches and stuff like that, so, and leap stones. Guardian Raid event I think gave you more books, but Naruni Racing I think gave you more materials, at least the important ones like shards and leap stones. And then that's not to mention how much gold you have to drop anyway to make fusion materials, which you can kind of like get around since there are fusion material chests from Arc Pass. But again, if you use those on your main instead of saving them for your alt, it's pretty rough. Didn't hit him. So that's kind of just how I look at it. Because it's definitely harder to swap mains in this game than it is in like... Well, it's definitely harder to swap mains in this game compared to Final Fantasy 14, because Final Fantasy 14 you can just... You know, there's no honing, and so you can just gear, you know, and you can collect the gear on that same character, and then you can just swap classes if you want to swap, or swap jobs. Sorry. Swap jobs if you want to change the jobs you're in. World of Warcraft is slightly easier because... you know, you're fighting the RNG system, but they do have some decent systems in place for getting a character re-geared and ready to go. It's not as fast as 14, because again, 14 you can just literally pre-get all the items that you'd need to swap over at that item level, at like the current item level if you wanted to. So it's just like, you know, it's not the friendliest system for swapping mains. It's one of the friendlier systems for alts, though. I think like one of the reasons people can focus so much on like the negative aspects of like having alts in this games and the like on the with the whole arguments of like peons and stuff like that is simply because the rest of the alt stuff is so good that it makes that era pop out. But I think what people forget is that peons are, honestly, I would say peon's main job is being a gold sink, which is necessary. Like, we need gold sinks in this game, and the fusion materials aren't realistically enough of a gold sink. Now, should peons be a gold sink in the sense that their price fluctuates? No, I don't think so. I think peons should have a static price that you pay, and then you know, and then you just buy that, and it's good to go. I don't really agree with peons being basically blue crystal costs, so that means they fluctuate in price. I don't really agree with that. I think they should be a static price. They should just choose how much like they as a company want the peons to cost, and then just put that out and like give it out, and then maybe make it where like, I don't know, reduced cost or like untradeable or something like that. Like, oh fuck, come on, I literally almost touched his toe. You have to be shitting me. How did that not hit him? God, this island like tilts the fuck out of me. It tilts me so bad because it's so BS. Whatever. Right now I gotta like sacrifice myself. You, come here. Thank you. So, I don't know. That's just my thoughts on it. But anyway, that's it for the stream today. Like always, thanks for watching. I do appreciate it. If you're watching this, the VOD on Twitch or YouTube, thanks for making it this far. If you like what you see, I stream Monday through Friday from 2 to 6 p.m. Central Time in the States. Tomorrow will be my half variety day that I've been doing. So I will play a different game for the first 2 hours, and then I'll do PvP for the second 2 hours. Just to kind of mix things up. I still haven't decided what game I'll do. I'll probably tweet it out or something. So we can look forward to that. I'll have a link in the description to the May update trailer, the skin website that I showed, where I was showing you where the Destroyer skin is at, and then the St. Tones directory that I use to keep track of like all this extra stuff. And then on top of that, I will also have links to my prep list video, and basically everything important will be in the description if you're watching this on YouTube. So, like always, thanks for watching. We had a pretty good stream with PvP today. I had a blast. I had some pretty good matches. I've had some pretty good matches the last 2 days, honestly. So it's been really fun to play, and I'm glad I've been able to at least get better and see myself get better. So until next time, though, I'll catch you guys later.